Chief Librarian Tigurius, the Imperium's strongest Psyker. The Imperium's greatest Psyker has seen how humanity ends, and he's terrified. Tigurius, Chief Librarian of the Ultramarines, has witnessed horrors that shattered lesser minds. Demon princes screaming as he tore their essences apart. Hive fleets consuming worlds, while he held the line alone. 400 years of nightmares made flesh, and he never flinched. But tonight, standing atop the fortress of Hera on Macraga, his hands are shaking. The storm above him is not natural. Lightning arcs between his outstretched fingers, each bolt carrying enough psychic force to level a hab block. Rain lashes against his weathered face, his hood thrown back, silver hair plastered to scarred skin. Reality itself bends around him like light around a dying star. The air tastes of copper and ozone. Stone beneath his boots cracks from the pressure of his presence alone. Across the fortress, lesser Psykers collapse into seizures. Their screams echo through corridors as their minds brush against the edge of his consciousness. Chapter serfs flee the battlements, blood streaming from their ears and noses. Even ultramarines in their blessed ceramide armor feel their teeth ache, their vision blur, their enhanced physiology straining against forces it was never designed to withstand. Tigurius barely notices. His augmented eyes, one organic, one a burning blue lens of psychic crystal, stare into something no one else can see. Not the storm, not the fortress, not the sprawling cities of Macraga spread below him like a circuit board of lights against the darkness. He sees the future. He sees every future. And in the depths of the warp, where gods of madness play their eternal games, something stirs. Something that predates the chaos gods themselves. Something older than the galaxy, older than the stars, older than time as any living being understands it. It moves through the space between spaces, patient as entropy, hungry as the void between galaxies. The chaos gods, those ancient horrors that have tormented humanity for millennia. They are afraid of it. Tigurius has served the Ultramarines for over 4 centuries. He has faced Hive Fleet Behemoth and touched the alien consciousness of the Tyrannid Hive mind. He has dueled demon Primarchs and walked through warp storms that devoured entire fleets. He has seen the birth and death of worlds, the rise and fall of civilizations, the endless grinding horror of a galaxy at war. Nothing has prepared him for this. The vision floods his mind with terrible clarity. Stars winking out, not exploding, not dying, simply ceasing to exist. Worlds vanishing from reality as if they had never been. The Astronomicon flickering, dimming, going dark. The Emperor's light extinguished, and in the silence that follows, nothing. Not the chaos of the warp. Not the hunger of the Tyrannids. Just absence. Just ending. Just the final absolute cessation of everything that ever was or ever could be. He cannot look away. He cannot close his eyes. The vision burns itself into his consciousness, branding him with knowledge that no mortal mind should carry. The storm intensifies. Thunder rolls across Macraga like the footsteps of giants. In the distance, emergency sirens wail as the psychic pressure triggers cascading failures in civilian infrastructure. Power grids overload. Vehicles crash as drivers lose consciousness. Children wake screaming from sudden nightmares they will never forget. All because one librarian opened his mind too wide. Tigurius forces himself to breathe, to think, to calculate. He has spent centuries learning to weaponize his curse, to turn overwhelming power into precise instruments of war. But this vision offers no tactical advantage. No path to victory, only the cold certainty that something is coming, something that even the Emperor cannot stop, unless someone becomes strong enough to stand against it. And the galaxy has already chosen its champion. Whether Varro Tigurius accepts that burden or not, the storm passes. Not because the weather has changed, but because Tigurius has willed it. The psychic tempest recedes into the cage of his own skull, and the fortress of Hera falls silent once more. For Tigurius, however, the silence is never peace. It is merely the absence of his own screaming thoughts, drowning out the whispers of a billion others. His daily existence is a life sentence of perpetual torture, a state that would liquefy the sanity of any other being. He now stands in the heart of the Librarium of Macraga, a sanctum of enforced quiet. Towering shelves hold psychically shielded tomes, their leather covers bound in null-stamped iron. Floating servo-skulls drift through the vaulted chamber, their optical lenses glowing a soft, dutiful red. Along the walls, the crystallized memories of dead librarians are displayed in shimmering amber matrices, frozen moments of heroism and sacrifice, their psychic echoes muted, but never truly gone. For Tigurius, this is not a library. It is a mausoleum of thought, and he is its eternal warden. He cannot simply turn off his abilities. To be Varro Tigurius is to exist in a constant state of quantum perception, a river of timelines flowing through his mind. He stands perfectly still, attempting a meditative trance, but it is a fool's errand. The quiet he seeks is a luxury the galaxy has not known for 10,000 years. Instead, the assault begins. A guardsman on the war-torn world of Vesser Prime feels his laser gun overheat. Tigurius feels the searing heat against the man's cheek, smells the acrid stink of ozone and burned flesh. He experiences the soldier's final, desperate thought, a fleeting image of his daughter's face, as an orc choppa splits his helmet, and his world ends in a flash of white-hot pain and sudden darkness. Simultaneously, a mother in the underhive of Necromunda receives a notice of her son's death in a promethium refinery accident. Her grief is not a thought, it is a physical wave, a psychic tsunami of loss so pure it washes over Tigurius, threatening to drown his own consciousness. He tastes the salt of her tears, feels the ache in her chest that is more profound than any physical wound. And beneath it all, at the very edge of galactic space, a cold and ancient static. The hunger of the Tyrannid fleets, a trillion minds thinking as one, a silent scream of consumption that is the antithesis of life itself. Tigurius processes it all. The death, the grief, the hunger, all at once. His face remains a mask of calm granite, betraying nothing. This is his curse, to feel the death of every star, the pain of every soul, and to bear it with the cold composure of a machine. 2 chapter serfs enter the chamber, their movements slow and deliberate. They are of the line bred specifically to serve the chief librarian, their bloodlines conditioned for psychic resilience. Yet even they cannot endure his passive presence without aid. One of them, a young man named Ferron, subtly touches a small node on his wrist, activating a dispenser that floods his system with neurodampeners. Without them, the psychic pressure emanating from Tigurius would cause his blood vessels to burst. Ferron clears his throat, about to speak. "My lord, your morning—" "The tactical review can wait," Tigurius says, his voice a low rumble. He hasn't turned to face them. "The reports from Sector Helios are irrelevant. The Orc fleet will change course in 3 hours. Attend to Lexicanum Valerius. His meditation seals are failing. Farron freezes, his mouth still half open. He hadn't said a word about the reports. He hadn't even finished his sentence. Tigurius already knew. He always knew. The serf bows his head, a gesture of both deference and defeat. This is the chief librarian's profound isolation. He has not had a genuine conversation in decades, for he hears the words before they are spoken, perceives the intent behind the thought. He is a god trapped in flesh, and gods do not have conversations. They issue decrees. The wards carved into the bone of his own skull throb with a dull, constant ache. The dampening runes tattooed in intricate spirals across his torso and arms, once a source of containment, now feel like a net of burning wires stretched to its absolute limit. They are failing. Slowly, imperceptibly, the power within him is growing beyond any measure of control. The gift he has learned to weaponize is threatening to finally, fatally, turn on its wielder. Then, a new sensation cuts through the unending noise. It is not a vision, not a whisper from a dying soldier. It is a single, focused point of will, sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. It is a mind he cannot fully read, a consciousness shielded by the very hand of the Emperor. Across the void, from the orbiting flagship Macraga's Honor, Robut Guilliman requires his presence. Tigurius does not hear a summons. He feels it. And within that psychic touch, he senses an emotion that chills him more than any vision of death. The cold, controlled concern of a Primarch. Something is wrong, and Guilliman believes Tigurius is the only one who can see it. The journey to the Macraga's Honor is a transition between worlds. From the ancient, sepulchral silence of the Librarium, Tigurius is conveyed by armored shuttle to the flagship of the Ultramarines fleet, a vessel so vast it eclipses the moons of Macraga as it holds its station. The moment he steps aboard, the ship itself seems to react. The low, thrumming heartbeat of the plasma reactors deep within its core feels, to him, like the pulse of a living thing, and it quickens slightly in his presence. He walks through corridors forged from meters of hardened adamantium, their surfaces polished to a mirror sheen. Battle brothers, giants in their own right, instinctively step aside. They do not do so out of mere deference to his rank. Their movements are stiff, almost jerky, an unconscious primal recognition that something far older and vaster than a space marine moves among them. The air grows heavy, thick with ozone. Servitors freeze in their duties, their cogitators glitching as they try to process the psychic static bleeding from the chief librarian's containment wards. Young Primaris Marines, fresh from the forges of Mars, feel a sudden, inexplicable vertigo, as if the deck plating has tilted beneath their feet. Rounding a junction, he comes face to face with Captain Cato Sicarius, the knight champion of Macraga, a legend whose arrogance is as renowned as his martial skill, stands tall, his gilded armor a beacon of pride. He raises a fist to his chest in a formal salute. "Lord Tigurius?" Sicarius says, his voice a crisp baritone. Tigurius does not slow his pace. His gaze passes over the captain, but it does not truly see him. He is seeing the 17 possible conversations they might have, the cascade of futures each one would spawn, and dismissing them all as tactically irrelevant. Sicarius finds he cannot hold the librarian's gaze. It is like staring into the heart of a star. The sheer pressure of that mind is a physical force. For a fleeting second, the captain feels a cold sweat on his brow, a sudden, horrifying sensation of being a dust mote in the presence of a mountain. He holds his salute until Tigurius has passed, then lets his arm fall. a muscle in his jaw twitching. He has faced down greater demons and orc war bosses without flinching, yet 2 seconds in the path of his own chapter's chief librarian leaves him feeling hollowed out and insignificant. The doors to Guilliman's private strategium hiss open before Tigurius reaches them. He steps inside, and the psychic noise of the ship vanishes. The Primarch's chambers are a sanctuary, but not of peace. They are a zone of pure, unassailable will. The Emperor's genecraft had made his sons into something more than human, and part of that gift was a mind that was a fortress unto itself. Tigurius can perceive the edges of his Primarch's thoughts: discipline, grief, duty, but he cannot enter. It is like standing at the shore of a silent, fathomless ocean. Robut Guilliman stands before a vast hololithic display of the Imperium, a swirling galaxy of light bisected by the angry red scar of the Great Rift. He is not wearing his battle plate, but even in his simple robes of office, his presence dominates the cavernous room. He turns, his face a mask of weary command. But Tigurius feels the truth of it, a cold knot of fear, controlled with impossible discipline, but present nonetheless. Varro. Guilliman's voice is deep, resonant. Thank you for coming. The Primarch gestures to the galactic map. Reports are coming in from every sector. Astropaths are dying. Not in dozens, but in thousands. He pauses, letting the weight of the statement settle. There are no signs of demonic incursion, no evidence of warp predators. Their minds are simply burning out, like a lumen's globule given too much power. Their choirs fall silent mid-hymn. Their last transmissions are incoherent, filled with terror of something they cannot describe. Guilliman's gaze becomes distant, fixed on a point beyond the bulkhead, beyond the stars themselves. 3 days ago, the Astronomicon flickered. For 9 seconds, the Emperor's light wavered across the entire galaxy. His augmented eyes, filled with the wisdom and sorrow of 10 millennia, finally lock onto Tigurius. The controlled fear is now visible, a shadow in the depths of his expression. You felt it. I know you did. The storm above the fortress. That was you. It was not a question. Tell me, old friend, what did you see? Tigurius stands motionless. He weighs the truth, running 1,000 simulations in the space of a heartbeat. Revealing too much could shatter the fragile morale of the Imperium. Revealing too little would be a dereliction of his duty. He chooses a sliver of the abyss, a single, terrifying fact that will convey the scale of the threat without inviting madness. His own voice is low, devoid of emotion, a pronouncement of terrible fact. Something is coming, my lord. Something older than the gods we know. 400 years before he would stand as a bulwark against gods and monsters, Varro Tigurius was just a boy named Varro. He was a child of Quintarn, a tranquil agri-world whose purpose was written in its soil. From pole to pole, endless fields of golden grain swayed under the light of twin suns, a sea of sustenance destined for the teeming hive worlds of Ultramar. His father was a farmer, his father's father before him. They worked the land, drove the colossal threshing machines that crawled like iron behemoths across the plains, and gave thanks to the Emperor for the simple certainty of the harvest. But Varro was not simple. The whispers began when he was 5. Not words, but feelings, knowings. He would look at the clear blue sky and tell his mother not to hang the linens, for the sky was sad and would weep soon. An hour later, a flash storm would drench the fields. He would point to a prize-winning grox in the pens and quietly say, "That one's heart is tired." By morning, the beast would be dead from a seizure. At first, his parents dismissed it as coincidence, the uncanny intuition of a quiet, watchful child. Then came the day of the South Reaches harvest. Varro, then 8 years old, sat at the morning meal, his food untouched. His mother, a kind woman with hands calloused from a life of hard work, placed a hand on his forehead, checking for fever. He looked up at her, and the eyes in his young face were ancient, filled with a sorrow that no child should possess. "Papa shouldn't go today," he whispered. "The Iron Reaper is hungry." His father laughed it off, ruffling the boy's hair. It was just a child's nightmare. He kissed his wife, promised to be home by sundown, and left. He never came home. That evening, the district foreman arrived, his face a mask of grim duty. A drive cog in the main threshing mechanism had sheared off, a 1-in-a-million failure. The machine had torn itself, and the man operating it, apart. The community's fear, once a quiet suspicion, curdled into open hostility. Whispers of witch child and hex born followed Varro and his mother in the market. Other children were pulled away from him. His mother, desperate and grieving, tried to force him to be normal, to suppress the strange knowings. But he couldn't. The whispers of the galaxy were finding him now, turning his sleep into a canvas of horror. He would scream in the night, tormented by visions of green-skinned brutes dying in fire, and stoic giants in blue armor falling on worlds of ash and dust he had never seen. The end of his childhood came not with a pitchfork, but with the roar of descent turbines. An ultramarine's thunderhawk, a creature of myth and legend on a world like Quintarn, landed in the fields near their homestead. From it emerged a figure of utter terror and awe, a chaplain in black power armor, his helmet a polished skull. The villagers fled. Varro's mother clutched him to her, certain this was the Emperor's judgment, the pyre made manifest. But the chaplain did not come to punish. He knelt, the servos in his armor whining, bringing his skull helm level with the boy. He didn't need to ask questions. He could feel it. The child's uncontrolled psychic presence blazed like a supernova across half the sector, a beacon the chapter's librarians had protocols to detect. "The Emperor has given you a gift, son of Quintarn." The chaplain's voice resonated through his vox grill. "It is a terrible burden. We will teach you how to bear it." The departure was a tearful, wrenching thing. Varro's mother wept, not just from the sorrow of losing her only child, but from the grim relief that he would not be torn apart by fearful neighbors or his own fracturing mind. He would have a purpose. Varro did not cry. As he walked up the shuttle's ramp, he looked back one last time. He saw his mother, a small, lonely figure against an ocean of grain. He saw his homeworld shrink to a golden speck, and in that moment he saw her future too, a wasting sickness in her lungs, a slow fading over 3 years, an end in a quiet, empty house. It was the first of countless terrible truths he would foresee, and the first he chose to keep to himself. The boy named Varro was gone. The calculus of the seer had begun. The journey from the golden fields of Quintarn ended in a fortress of shadow and pain. The Librarium of the Ultramarines was not a place of quiet contemplation. It was a crucible, a psychic forge where souls were either hammered into weapons or shattered into dust. Young Varro, now an aspirant, stood among dozens of other boys, all stolen from their worlds, all bearing the same terrible gift. They stood in the Chamber of Trials, a vast hall of obsidian and iron where the air hummed with the ceaseless drone of psycho-dampening machinery. The mortality rate for recruits was staggering. Of the 50 youths who began the training alongside Varro, Fewer than 10 would live to earn the rank of lexicanum. The rest would die, their minds collapsing under the strain, their bodies left as little more than husks of scorched meat and bone. The training was a relentless assault on the sanity of every recruit. There were psychic duels, where aspirants were pitted against one another in mental combat. Failure was not a reprimand. It was brain death. Varro watched as a boy from Ajax, his face contorted in a silent scream, slumped to the floor, a thin trickle of vapor rising from his ears. The victor trembled, weeping, but alive. Varro felt nothing but a cold analysis, dissecting the flawed psychic shield, the overextended attack, the moment of fatal weakness. They were forced to handle warp-touched artifacts, objects saturated with the raw stuff of chaos. A recruit would be given a splintered fragment of a demon prince's sword and ordered to hold it, to feel its history, and to resist the torrent of madness it projected. Most would drop the object screaming, their minds filled with visions of blood and ecstatic agony. When Varro's turn came, he took the shard. The demon's hatred washed over him, a billion voices whispering promises of power and atrocity. But where others saw only a storm, Varro saw the currents. He perceived the structure of the malevolence, the logic of its corruption. He held it, silent and still, until the instructor ordered him to stop. His mentor was an aging epistolary named Aldrian, a veteran of 1,000 battles whose face was a latticework of scars, both physical and psychic. Aldrian saw something in Varro that troubled him. It wasn't just the boy's raw power, which was immense, but his clarity. "When you look into the skeins of fate," Aldrian asked him once, "what do you see?" Other neophytes spoke of murky visions, of confusing symbols and whispers. Varro's answer was unnervingly precise. "I see pathways, epistolary. I see doors. Most are closed. Some lead to pain. A few lead forward. I simply choose the ones that are open." This unnatural aptitude bred resentment. Another recruit, Severus, a proud and powerful youth from a noble Macragian family, saw Varro as a threat. Severus was strong, ambitious, and believed in the hierarchy of effort. Varro's effortless success was an affront to everything he'd worked for. His jealousy was a psychic stench that Varro could taste in the air. The tension came to a head during the trial of the labyrinth. The recruits were sent one by one into a vast, psychically shielded maze, its corridors reconfiguring themselves at random. Patrolling its halls were hunter-servitors, mindless killing machines that would terminate any life sign they detected. The objective was to reach the center. Most recruits stumbled blindly, using precious energy to send out short-range psychic pulses, their hearts pounding at every turn. Severus, in his frustration, began blasting through walls with kinetic force, but Varro simply walked. To him, the maze was not a mystery. His perception wasn't blocked, it was merely forced to operate differently. He saw time, not space. He saw the inevitable consequence of turning left versus turning right. The corridors glowed in his mind's eye, some a deadly red, marking the path of a servitor, others a calm, placid green. He moved with a serene confidence that was deeply unnerving, arriving at the center in a fraction of the record time, finding Aldrian waiting for him. When Severus finally emerged, his armor dented and smeared with lubricant from his battles, he saw Varro standing there, untouched, and his envy solidified into pure hatred. But this gift came at a gruesome price. After the trial, as the adrenaline faded, Varro's body paid for what his mind had endured. He collapsed, his body racked with seizures as blood poured from his nose, his eyes, his ears. His mind, developing faster than his Astartes-enhanced biology could manage, was tearing its vessel apart. As apothecaries worked to stabilize him, Aldrian stood over his bed. The old librarian looked not at a promising student, but at a terrifying weapon forging itself. "You see the paths, boy," Aldrian murmured, his voice heavy. "But you do not see the destination. Power without wisdom leads only to destruction, and your own is no exception." It was a warning Varro would spend the next 400 years trying to understand. The crucible of the Librarium was theory. The planet Espandor was practice. As the assault ramp of the Thunderhawk slammed down, Varro Tigurius, newly minted lexicanum, was hit by a wall of sound and psychic filth. This was his first combat deployment, his first taste of real war. The air was a thick soup of cordite, hot metal, and the fungal, earthy stench of orc. A green tide of muscle and rage crashed against the hastily erected ceramite barricades of the Ultramarines' strike force. Bolter fire was a percussive roar, answered by the crump of crude orc artillery and the guttural singular bellow of the "Wah!" This was nothing like the controlled energies of the training halls. The Wah was a psychic phenomenon unlike any other, a gestalt field of pure aggression and belief that washed over the battlefield. It didn't whisper or tempt. It screamed a single joyous command: fight. The raw power of it made the orcs stronger, faster, and more resilient with every passing moment. For Tigurius, it was like standing in a hurricane of psychic scrap metal. He had to actively wall off his mind, erecting shields just to maintain his own thoughts against the deafening, idiotic roar. The Ultramarines held their line with disciplined fire, every bolter shell finding a home in a green body. But the orcs were a force of nature. For every one that fell, 2 more scrambled over its corpse. A massive, ramshackle deaf dread, all pistons and saws, slammed into the defensive line, and a 10-meter section of the wall buckled and collapsed. The green tide had its breach. Through the dust and smoke poured a wave of orc boys, their red eyes burning. At their head was a knob of monstrous size, its jaw a steel prosthetic, its choppa dripping with the blue and gold of a fallen battle brother. It saw Tigurius, standing slightly back from the main line, the arcane sigils on his armor marking him as a Psyker. The knob let out a bellow of challenge and charged, its heavy boots shaking the ground. Tigurius raised his force stave, his muscles tensing for the impact. But time seemed to slow. He saw the path of the charge, the arc of the choppa, the moment of his own death if he met it with physical force alone. His training, his instincts, Aldrian's warnings, it all coalesced. He didn't have time to be a warrior. He had to be a weapon. He reached out with his mind. It was a desperate, intuitive act. He pushed through the deafening static of the "Wah!" and found the crude, flickering consciousness of the orc knob. It was a simple thing, a burning knot of violence and hunger. He didn't blast it with lightning or fire. He simply stopped it. He reached into the creature's primitive brain and commanded its core functions to cease. The charging knob faltered mid-stride. Its bellowing war cry died in its throat, replaced by a choked gurgle. Its red eyes, moments before filled with mindless fury, went wide with a flicker of sudden, abject terror as it felt its own body betray it. Then they went blank. A thin wisp of smoke, not psychic energy, but the steam of a superheated cerebral cortex, curled from its nostrils and eye sockets. The towering creature collapsed, a mountain of dead meat skidding to a halt at Tigurius's feet. He stared down at the corpse, his outstretched hand trembling. A wave of revulsion washed over him. It had been so easy, so intimate. He hadn't just killed it, he had unmade it. But there was no time for horror. More orcs were pouring through the breach, their choppas rising and falling. He saw a tactical marine go down, swarmed by Gretchen. He saw his captain firing his plasma pistol, the position about to be overwhelmed. The cold calculus of the librarium took over. He saw the path forward. He saw the open door. He let go. He stopped thinking and started killing. His mind became a blade. An orc charging a fallen devastator froze solid, its muscles locking as he fried its nervous system. Another mob of boys screamed and clawed at their own eyes as he projected a wave of pure, undiluted terror directly into their minds. By the battle's end, he was a whirlwind of psychic destruction, his hood soaked not with the blood of his enemies, but with the torrent streaming from his own nose and eyes. The world was a smear of red, his head a universe of pain. When the final orc fell and silence descended, he was left leaning on his force stave, gasping in the foul air. His captain approached, clapping a heavy gauntlet on his shoulder pauldron. "Decisive action, Lexicanum. The line would have broken without you." The praise felt alien. Across the field of corpses, he saw Severus, his own armor dented and smeared with gore from honest, physical combat. The other librarian looked at him, not with jealousy, but with something new, a mixture of awe and revulsion. Tigurius knelt among the dead, the psychic death screams of thousands a faint, buzzing echo he was already learning to tune out. Killing was easy. It came to him as naturally as breathing. He was becoming exactly what the Imperium needed, a peerless weapon in its endless war. But as he looked at his own hands, clean of blood but responsible for so much death, he wondered if he wasn't also becoming a monster. Decades passed. The green tide of Espander became a blood-soaked memory, one of thousands filed away in a mind growing ever more labyrinthine. Tigurius was no longer the raw Lexicanum, but a seasoned Psyker, his power honed by 100 battles. But nothing could have prepared him for Hive Fleet Behemoth. Nothing could have prepared him for the silence. He stood on the shell-pocked battlements of a fortress on Calth, one of the many worlds caught in the desperate defense of Ultramar. The sky was not dark, but blotted out by a living curtain of chitinous bioships, a storm that rained spores and flesh-eating organisms instead of water. The roar of battle was constant, a symphony of bolter fire and alien shrieks. Yet, through it all, Tigurius felt a deeper, more profound emptiness. It came without warning, a wave of psychic pressure that was the absolute antithesis of the way. There was no screaming, no emotion, no intent. It was simply absence, the constant background hum of the warp, the psychic echoes of billions of human souls across the sector, the whispers of fate he had lived with his entire life, all of it vanished in an instant. It was like a deaf man suddenly hearing silence for the first time. The void it left was so absolute, so complete, it was a sound in itself. A crushing, suffocating null field. This was the shadow in the warp. Around him, the other librarians buckled. Epistolary Corvo, a veteran of 2 centuries, let out a single, wet gasp and collapsed, his mind wiped clean, as if it had never been. 2 Lexicanums began screaming, clawing at their helmets as their own psychic energies with nowhere to go turned inward and boiled their brains within their skulls. The shadow didn't attack. It simply erased. Tigurius felt the pressure on his own mind, a psychic weight of trillions upon trillions of organisms, their collective synaptic presence so immense it flattened reality. The silence was a lie. Beneath it, he could feel a new sound, a low, hungry static, like the chewing of countless mandibles on a cosmic scale. It was the mindless, unified hunger of the hive mind. He should have broken. He should have been screaming on the floor with the others. But as the pressure sought to crush his consciousness into nothing, something inside him, something forged in the Librarium's cruelest crucibles, refused. Through sheer, defiant force of will, he pushed back. It was an act of impossible strength. He didn't erect a shield. He ignited a star. From his mind, a wave of pure psychic clarity radiated outwards, a bubble of imperial reality in an ocean of alien negation. For 100 meters around him, the oppressive static receded. Voxcasters, previously drowned in screeching interference, crackled back to life with frantic reports. A captain, his face grim, turned to stare at Tigurius, his expression a mixture of terror and awe. The Ultramarines were being overwhelmed by a tide of hormagaunts, their movements perfectly coordinated by a towering hive tyrant that stood on a ridge overlooking the battlefield. It was the synaptic nexus, the source of the local swarm's cohesion. Tigurius knew what he had to do. He focused his newly won bubble of clarity into a spear and hurled it across the battlefield, seeking the mind of that monstrous creature. The moment of contact was not a battle. It was a violation. He plunged into an intelligence so vast, so ancient, it made the concept of humanity seem like a fleeting dream. He felt no hatred, no malice. He felt only a biological imperative on a galactic scale. He saw visions of devoured galaxies, of species absorbed and repurposed, their histories and souls becoming mere genetic code in the endless advance. To the hive mind, humanity wasn't an enemy. It was biomass, an infant species, loud and inefficient, ripe for consumption. In that one horrifying instant, he glimpsed the tyrannid's true nature. Not a fleet, but a galaxy-spanning extinction event made flesh. And then, something else happened. As his mind touched the tyrant, a greater awareness turned its gaze upon him. It was not the tyrant's mind. It was the hive mind itself, a dispassionate, impossibly vast consciousness spanning light years, focused for a single, terrifying moment on the tiny, defiant spark of Varro Tigurius. It did not feel anger. It felt curiosity. It had noticed him. It had registered him as an anomaly. The psychic shock of that attention threw him back into his own body. He staggered, blood pouring from his nose and ears, but his will held. The hive tyrant, momentarily stunned by the psychic intrusion, faltered. That was all the Ultramarines needed. Lascanen beams converged, and the beast was torn apart. The swarm's cohesion shattered. The battle for the fortress was won. The line held. But as Tigurius looked up at the living sky, he knew the war had fundamentally changed. He was no longer just a librarian of the Ultramarines. He was a name, a datum, logged in the cold, alien consciousness of the Great Devourer. He had been marked. The air in the traitor vessel was a toxic soup of ozone, spent promethium, and the cloying sweetness of corruption. A boarding action was a brutal, intimate affair. A grinder of ceramite and flesh fought in corridors too narrow for grand strategy. Bolter fire echoed off bulkhead walls, each report a deafening crack in the oppressive dark. Tigurius moved through the chaos, a point of cold calm in a storm of violence. His force sword was a whisper of blue energy, but his true weapon was his mind. A scalpel peeling back the layers of enemy coordination, severing vox links and turning a disciplined warband into a panicked mob. Then the battle simply stopped. A wave of profound silence washed over the corridor. so absolute that the Ultramarines staggered, their ears ringing. The gunfire ceased. The frantic war cries died in traitor throats. Ahead, where a squad of word-bearers had been making a stand, reality buckled. The steel deck plating seemed to melt and flow like wax, coalescing into a form of impossible grace and horrifying beauty. It was a keeper of secrets, a greater demon of Slaanesh. It stood on elegant clawed feet, its form a paradox of masculine strength and feminine curves, draped in silks that shimmered with captured souls. It did not roar or threaten. It turned its four-horned head, its gaze bypassing the other Astartes as if they were furniture, and focused solely on Tigurius. Its voice was not sound. It was a caress directly on the surface of his mind, slithering past psychic wards that had held back the madness of the warp for centuries. Varro, it purred, using the name he had not heard in 400 years. The little boy from the fields of Quintarn. So much power, caged inside such a drab and brutish shell. You build walls inside your own mind. You place limiters on a gift that yearns to be free. The demon didn't need to attack. Its temptation was a surgeon's blade, aimed at the one fear Tigurius buried beneath layers of duty and stoicism. The fear that his caution was just cowardice in disguise. Visions bloomed in his mind, not murky prophecies but crystal-clear realities, offered like jewels on a velvet cloth. He saw himself standing on the bridge of a flagship as a tyrannid hive fleet approached. Instead of years of war and trillions dead, he simply raised a hand. The shadow in the warp shattered. The hive mind screamed and recoiled, its synaptic web burning across a dozen systems. Billions were saved, not by bolter and blade, but by a single unbound will. The demon whispered, "You see? You could be a god among these insects. You could save them all. The power is already yours. I can show you the locks. I can give you the keys. All I ask is that you stop pretending this cage is a virtue. Acknowledge what you are. A single moment of honesty is all it takes." For a terrible, eternal second, Tigurius felt the pull. The logic was flawless. The outcomes were desirable. The cost seemed so small. But even as the demon spun its web of futures, Tigurius's own mind was working. He was not a man of faith, but of calculation. He saw the demon's 17 offered futures, and in his own sight, he followed their threads. He saw the initial triumph, the adulation, the salvation. And then he saw the price, the slow erosion of self, the thirst for more power, the moment he would save a world not for its people, but for the pleasure of the act, the moment he became the very thing he fought. He raised his head, his eyes not filled with holy fire or righteous fury, but with the cold, dead light of absolute certainty. The air around him grew thin, charged with an energy that made the demon recoil. "I have seen every future where I accept your offer." Tigurius's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "In none of them am I free." With that, he demonstrated. He did not banish it with a ritual or a prayer. He reached into the very fabric of the space between them, and he pulled. Reality screamed. For a single, horrifying instant, the corridor, the demon, and Tigurius himself were replaced by a view of the raw, churning sea of souls, a hole torn in real space by sheer mental force. The Keeper of Secrets shrieked, its form destabilizing as the laws of physics were suspended around it. Tigurius pushed, and the demon was flung back into its native realm, not as a vanquished foe, but as an object ejected from a reality that would no longer tolerate its presence. The hole sealed itself with a sound like tearing silk. Silence returned. Then Tigurius fell to his knees. Blood, thick and dark, poured from his eyes, his nose, his ears. Every capillary in his face had burst. He was blind, deaf, and drowning in his own blood. The effort had nearly unmade him. As his fellow battle brothers rushed to his side, a final amused whisper echoed in the silent chambers of his mind. "We'll meet again, little prophet." They all say no. At first, the shrine world of Laphis was dying. Its gilded cathedrals, once monuments to faith, were now shattered battlements against a tide of impossibility. In the sky above, reality had been torn open like rotten fabric. It was a warp rift, a screaming, suppurating wound that bled raw chaos into the Imperium. From its swirling, non-Euclidean depths, demons spilled forth, their forms an insult to nature, their shrieks a poison in the air. The Ultramarines fought with grim resolve, their bolters carving down the lesser creatures, but it was a battle they could not win. For every demon slain, 3 more clawed their way into existence. Chief Librarian Tigurius stood on a promontory overlooking the worst of the fighting. He was ancient, even for a space marine, his face a roadmap of centuries of war, his armor bearing the honorifics of campaigns fought before most of his battle brothers were even born. He watched the rift pulse, a cancerous heart in the sky, and felt its psychic pressure trying to crack his mind. Beside him, Tigurius felt the same pressure, a migraine of the soul that made his teeth ache. "The rituals of closure are failing," another librarian reported, his voice tight with strain. "The tear is too great. We cannot seal it from the outside." Tigurius did not turn. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling vortex. "No," he said, his voice a gravelly rumble. "We cannot." He turned then, not to the subordinate, but to Tigurius. His old, augmented eyes held a strange and terrible peace. "Come, walk with me." He led Tigurius away from the command post, toward the edge of the precipice where the air crackled with raw Empyrean energy. The din of battle seemed to fall away, replaced by the whispering madness of the rift. "I have known this day was coming for decades, Varro," Tigurius began, his voice low, "not from some murky prophecy, but because I saw in you what I once saw in myself. The burden." He gestured with a gauntleted hand toward the carnage below. "They see power as a gift, a weapon to be wielded. They are wrong. It is a responsibility. And for those like us, it is a debt. The greater the power, the greater the debt. The galaxy always sends a collector." Tigurius remained silent, his own precognitive senses confirming the grim finality in his mentor's words. He had seen this moment in 1,000 fractured visions, but feeling its reality was like being submerged in ice. "I saw it in you the day you arrived," Tigurius continued. "Not just the power, the clarity, the terrible, lonely clarity of knowing what must be done. You see the equation, don't you? You see the cost of victory. That is the curse of the chief librarian. To know that the only currency the Imperium truly possesses is the lives of its finest sons, and to be the one who must authorize the spending." He placed a heavy hand on Tigurius's shoulder pauldron. "This mantle I am about to pass to you is not a reward. It is a sentence. The sentence of being the one strong enough to make the choices that would break any other man." With that, he turned and began walking toward the rift. Demonic horrors, gibbering and clawing their way over the cliff edge, faltered at his approach. They recoiled not from a psychic assault, but from the absolute, unwavering purity of his intent. Tigurius was no longer a warrior going to battle. He was a key walking toward a lock. He stepped into the swirling energies at the rift's edge. Through their psychic link, Tigurius felt everything. He felt Tychon's soul become a focal point of order in a hurricane of chaos. He felt the old librarian willingly unspool his own life force, weaving it into the torn fabric of real space. It was an agony beyond all description, the feeling of a soul being burned away atom by atom. But beneath the pain, Tigurius felt his mentor's memories, 4 centuries of service, of battles won and brothers lost, of quiet contemplation and furious struggle. A final lesson, delivered in a torrent of pure experience. Then came the final act. Tychon's psychic death scream was not a sound of terror. It was a roar of absolute defiance, a final concentrated burst of will that slammed the door on chaos. It was a psychic shockwave that flattened every demon within a mile and echoed in the minds of every psyker in the sector. The rift convulsed, turned in on itself, and with a final silent implosion, vanished. The sky was empty, bruised, and quiet. In the silent aftermath, Tigurius was formally named Chief Librarian of the Ultramarines. He accepted the mantle of the Tiger and Tychon's ancient force staff, his face a mask of cold granite as he spoke the ritual words of succession. But as the honors were bestowed, he was making a different, silent vow. He saw Tychon's soul burn away to nothing. He felt the psychic echoes of 1,000 other sacrifices, 1,000 other mentors and heroes who had paid for victory with their own annihilation, and he rejected it. This was not a strategy. It was a slow, inexorable suicide. He refused to believe that death was the only currency the galaxy accepted. He would become stronger. He would see farther. He would find another way, a way to win. The mantle of the Tiger felt impossibly heavy on his shoulders, a weight not of adamantium and gold, but of 4 centuries of history and one final burning sacrifice. In his hand, the force staff of Tychon was cold and inert, a scepter awaiting a new will to ignite it. The Librarium of Macragge, once his place of study, was now his domain. The other librarians moved around him with a new deference, a mixture of awe and fear. They no longer saw Varro Tigurius, the prodigy. They saw the office, the power, the living embodiment of the chapter's psychic might. His first decades as chief librarian were a whirlwind of reform born from hard-won, bloody experience. He tore apart training doctrines that had stood for centuries, deeming them inadequate for the horrors he had seen. In the psychic training cages, neophytes were no longer just tested against each other. Tigurius had them subjected to psych-static generators that mimicked the suffocating presence of the tyrannid hive mind. He forced them to hold their focus while their minds were battered by the recorded death screams of astropaths, teaching them to build walls of will in the face of pure terror. Many failed. Some died, their minds shattering under the strain. But those who endured became harder, more resilient, and better prepared for the galaxy that awaited them. This new ruthlessness did not go unnoticed. In the great strategium of the fortress of Hera, the air was thick with unspoken tension. Chapter Master Marneus Calgar treated him with the formal respect due his station, accepting his precognitive insights as vital intelligence. But there was a distance, a caution in the chapter master's eyes. Calgar was a master of logistics and strategy, a man who dealt in the tangible currency of bolter shells and battle brothers. Relying on the visions of one man, however powerful, sat uneasily with him. Captain Cato Sicarius made no effort to hide his suspicion. "You are certain the Orc fleet will strike at Prandium, and not the Hydrafor Passage, Lord Tigurius?" Sicarius asked, his voice laced with challenge. "All conventional augurs suggest otherwise." Tigurius didn't even turn to face him. His gaze was fixed on the holomap, seeing not just the present disposition of forces, but the 17 most likely paths of causality. The augurs read where the orcs are, Captain. I see where their war boss wants to be. He dreams of the triumph he will win at Prandium. He will steer his fleet by ego, not logic. Prepare your strike force. The cold finality in his tone left no room for argument. Chaplain Orton Cassius said nothing at all, which was somehow more unnerving. He stood like a black-clad statue, his hand resting on the skull-headed Crozius Arcanum at his belt. To Cassius, all Psykers walked a razor's edge over the abyss of damnation. Tigurius was not a hero to be celebrated. He was a weapon to be monitored, a necessary evil whose soul was in perpetual jeopardy. The true weight of his office, however, was felt not in the strategium, but in the silent, shielded chambers deep within the Librarium. It was here he was forced to pass judgment. A young lexicanum, a promising psyker named Leandro, had been brought before him. During a skirmish with a Tzinchian cult, his mind had been touched. Now, chained to the wall, the young space marine wept, not from fear, but from the horror of the whispers coiling in his own thoughts. "Please, my lord," Leandro begged, his eyes wide with terror and shame. "It offers me knowledge, power. I feel my will breaking. Don't let me become its puppet. Grant me the Emperor's peace." Tigurius looked at the young man he had personally inducted into the Librarius. He saw the potential that was now poisoned, the life of service that would never be. There was no cure. There was only containment or release. He could have ordered a chaplain to perform the rite, or another librarian. But this was his responsibility. This was the currency of his office. He stepped forward, placed a hand on Leandro's head, and looked into his eyes. "Your service is done, brother," Tigurius said, his voice devoid of all emotion. "The Emperor protects." He didn't use a weapon. He simply reached into Leandro's mind with his own and snuffed out the flame of his consciousness. It was a clean, silent, and absolute end. The lexicanum slumped in his chains, finally free. Tigurius turned and walked away, the psychic echo of the man's final, grateful thought a fresh scar on his soul. He was the last line of defense against psychic corruption in the chapter, and the loneliest man on Macraga. Later that cycle, as he stood alone in the observatory, watching the star-shrouded void, a servo skull drifted silently to his side. It presented a small, sealed data slate. The wax seal was not that of the Ultramarines, nor the Administratum. It was the stark, imposing sigil of the Inquisition, the stylized eye of the Ordo Hereticus. He broke the seal. The message was astropathically encrypted, brief and colder than the void itself. It read, "Your designation has been elevated for review. Your power levels are a matter of concern. Expect our arrival." Tigurius crushed the data slate in his fist. The battle against demons and aliens was one he understood. This was different. A new war was coming, one fought not with bolters, but with politics, paranoia, and dogma. And he was its target. The air in the chamber of scrutiny was dead. It was a sensation Tigurius had not experienced in 400 years. For a psyker of his magnitude, reality was a symphony of whispers, echoes, and presences. The constant thrum of life, the faint psychic residue of every thought and emotion, was as natural to him as breathing. Here, it was gone. In its place was a suffocating silence, a void that pressed in on him, clawing at the edges of his perception. The source of this null field stood beside the chamber's central dais. A retinue of 5 figures in the blank, gray robes of the Silent Sisterhood, their faces hidden by executioners' helms. They were blanks, pariahs, psychic voids in human form, and at their center was the woman who had brought them. Inquisitor Lady Helena Valeria was ancient. Her face was a mask of pale, stretched skin over a framework of augmetic silver and bone. Her eyes were cold, crystalline lenses that whirred silently as they focused, first on Chapter Master Calgar, then on Tigurius. She moved with the stiff, deliberate grace of one whose original body was a distant memory. Lord Calgar. Her voice was a dry rasp, filtered through a vox grill in her throat. I have concluded my evaluation. I have reviewed 4 centuries of battle records. I have cross-referenced every psychic evaluation conducted by your librarian. I have interviewed your officers, from Captain Sicarius to Chaplain Cassius. Calgar sat on his command throne, his massive form rigid in its ornate power armor. His fists were clenched on the armrests. And your conclusion, Inquisitor? Valeria's gaze settled on Tigurius. It was like being studied by a machine. Chief Librarian Tigurius is the most powerful Psyker currently serving the Imperium of man. His precognitive accuracy is unprecedented. His destructive potential is considerable. But it is his growth that is the primary concern. She activated a holo projector. A graph of shimmering light appeared in the air, a line arcing upwards at an exponential rate. This is his psychic power rating, tracked since his induction. There is no plateau. There is no sign of stabilization. At its current trajectory, his power will exceed the Alpha Plus classification within 1 standard century. A chill settled over the chamber that had nothing to do with the null field. Alpha Plus, a classification so dangerous it was largely theoretical. Psychers of that level were not beings. They were living disasters, singularities of psychic power whose very existence bent reality around them. Their fates were always the same: madness, demonic possession, or self-destruction on a planetary scale. Historical precedent is unequivocal, Valeria stated, her voice devoid of emotion. No psyker of this magnitude has ever remained stable or loyal. The risk of corruption is not a possibility. It is a statistical certainty. The threat he represents to the stability of Ultramar, and indeed the Imperium itself, is unacceptable. Calgar's voice was a low growl. He has saved this sector a dozen times over. He is a hero of the Ultramarines. And so were many others before they fell, Valeria countered. Therefore, under the authority granted to me by the Holy Ordos of the Inquisition, I recommend preventative action. The euphemism hung in the dead air. Execution. Tigurius had remained utterly still, his face a mask of calm. He had foreseen this conversation, played out its every permutation. He knew what he had to do. He turned his gaze to Calgar. My Lord Chapter Master, with your permission. Calgar looked from the Inquisitor to his chief librarian, a desperate gamble playing out in his mind. He gave a single, curt nod. Tigurius took a step forward, his focus entirely on Lady Valeria. He did not speak. He did not raise his staff. He simply opened a door in his mind. Not the raging storm of his full power, but a keyhole, a pinprick. And through that pinprick, he showed her a single, fractional second of what he saw every waking moment. It was not a vision. It was an injection of pure, undiluted truth. For Valeria, the room vanished. She was falling. She saw a tide of darkness between the stars, a nothingness that ate light. She felt the hunger of a trillion-strong hive fleet, not as a predator, but as a fleeing refugee. She heard the laughter of gods who were themselves afraid, and she felt the weight of an approaching presence so vast and so alien that it made the entire concept of chaos seem like a petty squabble. It was an existence of pure, final consumption. The contact lasted less than a heartbeat. Helena Valeria crumpled. Her augmetic eyes sparked and went dark. A thin line of blood trickled from her nose. She gasped, a raw, ragged sound, her ancient hands trembling uncontrollably. The Sisters of Silence moved to support her, their own soulless nature recoiling from the psychic backlash that had washed over their mistress. When she finally looked up, the certainty was gone from her eyes. In its place was a terror so profound it seemed to have carved new lines into her face. She looked not at a space marine, but at the prophet of an apocalypse she hadn't even known existed. Shakily, she rose to her feet. "I withdraw my recommendation," she rasped, her voice now thin and human. She looked at Tigurius, her gaze a mixture of horror and awe. "If what you have shown me is true, then killing you would doom us all." She turned to leave, her silent sister retinue closing around her. At the door, she paused. "You have convinced me, Librarian," she said, not turning around. "But you have only made yourself a greater target. Others in my ordo will not ask for a demonstration. They will simply act." The strategium within the fortress of Hera was a tomb of grim resolve. Hololithic displays bathed the chamber in the cold blue light of Ultramar, each one a testament to impending doom. Red icons, countless as grains of sand, drifted in a slow, inexorable tide towards the system's heart. Hive Fleet Behemoth, a name that was already a curse whispered across a dozen worlds. The projected biomass was beyond comprehension, a swarm of organic death large enough to scour Macraga to the bedrock in a matter of days. Chapter Master Marneus Calgar stood before the central display, a giant in azure ceramite, his face a mask of granite. His augmented eyes tracked the fleet's projected course, his mind calculating firing solutions, kill zones, and acceptable losses. Around him, the finest officers of the Ultramarines prepared for the defense of their home, their voices clipped and professional as they coordinated orbital defenses, ground fortifications, and the deployment of every last battle brother. And then there was Tigurius. He stood away from the council table, near the chamber's edge, his back to the frantic activity. His eyes were closed, his head tilted, as if listening to a sound no one else could hear. To the other Astartes, he was a silent, unnerving statue. But Calgar knew better. The chief librarian was already fighting the war's first battle. "The Western flotilla is a feint," Tigurius said, his voice quiet, but carrying across the chamber with unnatural clarity. "Its synaptic signature is a decoy. The true vanguard will emerge from behind the moon of Eax. They will strike at the polar fortresses first." A murmur went through the officers. The long-range augurs showed nothing. The astropathic choirs were screaming, blinded by the psychic static of the shadow in the warp. Only Tigurius could see. Calgar didn't hesitate. "Retask the 7th and 9th orbital platforms to cover the polar approaches. Captain Severus, redeploy your companies to reinforce the northern defense grid. Go, now." The chapter master's faith in his librarian was absolute, but it was a faith born of necessity, not comfort. He watched Tigurius, saw the thin line of blood that seeped from his nostril, and felt the familiar unease of relying on a power he could never truly understand. While Macraga's defenders laid void mines and consecrated bolter shells, Tigurius waged his own secret war. In his private scriptorium, surrounded by humming psychic wards, He sat in a state of deep meditation. His consciousness was a lighthouse in a hurricane. He reached out across the sector, his mind a thread of adamant, pushing through the suffocating psychic noise. He found the minds of the astropaths, scattered and terrified, and wove them together. He became a living nexus, a psychic switchboard that allowed fragmented warnings and desperate pleas to get through the tyrannid interference. He felt their terror, their minds fraying and breaking against the hive mind's presence, and he shielded them, taking the brunt of the psychic pressure onto himself. The effort was like holding back an ocean with his hands, but as he held that fragile network together, he felt something else. A cold, alien focus within the storm. He had touched the hive mind once before, decades ago. He had peered into its soul, and it, in turn, had noticed him. He realized with a certainty that froze his blood that this invasion was different. The hive fleet wasn't just attacking Macraga. The hive mind had learned. It had adapted. It remembered the tiny, defiant spark of consciousness that had dared to intrude upon its immensity. Whatever strategies it had employed against other worlds were secondary. Its primary psychic assault, the sharpest edge of its weaponized consciousness, was being honed for a single purpose. It was hunting him. He opened his eyes, the scriptorium's runes wavering in his vision. The preparations, the fleets, the fortresses. They were for the battle everyone else would fight. His own battle would be fought here, in the quiet of his mind, against an intelligence that spanned a galaxy. The hive mind was not just coming for Macraga's biomass. It was coming for him. A klaxon blared through the fortress of Hera, a deep, resonant cry that shook the very stone. On the hololithic displays, the abstract red icons resolved into horrifying reality. The first tyrannid bioships had arrived. They tore through the veil of real space, not with the clean burn of plasma drives, but like wounds opening in the void. They were mountains of chitin and flesh, vast, living things that moved with predatory grace, their shadows falling across the moons of Ultramar. The stars behind them vanished, one by one, blotted out by a living eclipse. The silent, patient waiting was over. The hunger had arrived. The full weight of the hive mind crashed upon Macrag. It was not a sound, but a deafening silence. An anti-presence, a psychic tsunami that washed over the planet and erased thought. Across the world, in sanctums and scriptoriums, the minds of astropaths and sanctioned psychers simply went out, like candles extinguished in a hurricane. There were no screams, no final moments of terror. One moment, a consciousness existed. The next, there was only a hollow, empty vessel, eyes wide with a vacancy more profound than death. The shadow in the warp was not a weapon that killed. It was an event that unmade. For Tigurius, it was like being plunged to the bottom of a crushing, abyssal ocean. The pressure was absolute. Trillions upon trillions of hungry, alien thoughts pressed in on him from all sides. A monolithic consciousness that had no concept of I, only we and consume. His skull felt as if it were about to crack. The fragile psychic network he had woven across the sector tore apart. The minds of the astropaths he'd been shielding vanishing into the static. He fought to maintain his own sanity, his own identity, against the overwhelming urge to simply dissolve into the background noise of the swarm. Blood, hot and thick, streamed from his eyes and nose, soaking the cowl of his psychic hood. The runes carved into his armor glowed with tortured light, straining to contain the power he was forced to channel just to exist. On the ground, the physical war was just as brutal. The green fields and marble cities of Macraga became a charnel house, Endless tides of hormagaunts and termagants, a chittering sea of claws and teeth, crashed against the azure lines of the ultramarines. They died in their thousands, their bodies forming slick ramps for those behind them. Towering carnifexes, living battering rams of chitin and muscle, smashed through fortifications that had stood for centuries. Swarms of rippers, no larger than dogs, flowed over the battlefield like a carpet of undulating flesh, consuming the dead and wounded of both sides with indiscriminate, horrifying speed. Tigurius was not content to be a mere psychic shield. He was a weapon. Where he stood on the battlements, the tyrannid swarm faltered. He strode through the maelstrom of battle, his force staff blazing, his mind a razor. He did not need a bolter. With a gesture, a wave of psychic fire washed over a tide of gaunts, turning them to ash and smoke. With a thought, he erected a shimmering barrier of pure force, catching a charging carnifex mid-stride. The beast hammered against the invisible wall, roaring in frustration until Tigurius reached into its primitive mind and simply switched it off. The monster collapsed, its vast bulk skidding to a halt just meters from the defensive line. He moved from breach to breach, his armor cracked and scorched, one arm hanging useless at his side from a tyrant guard's lash whip. But his will was unbroken. He reached into the synaptic web, finding the synapse creatures that directed the lesser beasts, and severed their connection. Hordes of tyrannids fell into disarray, turning on each other in confusion as their link to the hive mind was cut. Then came the crisis call. Polar Fortress Gamma. The northern defensive anchor was about to break. The line had buckled under the weight of a sustained assault, and a massive tide of organisms was pouring through the breach. Reinforcements were en route, but they were minutes away. The fortress would fall in seconds. When Tigurius arrived, the scene was one of apocalyptic despair. Ultramarines were being dragged down by sheer numbers. The air was thick with the shrieks of dying warriors and the chittering of the swarm. Tigurius walked into the breach, and he held. For 11 minutes that would become legend. The chief librarian stood alone against a river of death. He raised his staff, and a dome of crackling blue energy erupted around him, holding back the physical weight of thousands of bodies. Lances of pure psychic power shot from his outstretched hand, vaporizing dozens of creatures with every pulse. He tore a charging trigon from the ground and hurled it back into its own ranks like a thrown spear. The cost was astronomical. To fuel such power, he burned his own mind, sacrificing his very being. The faces of his fellow librarians, the memory of his mentor's last words, the taste of food, the name of his homeworld, all were fuel for the fire. When the thunderhawks of the relief force finally screamed overhead, they saw a single, blood-soaked blue figure standing on a mountain of alien corpses, a shimmering wall of force, the only thing between the fortress and its annihilation. Then, as the first reinforcements deployed, the wall of energy vanished. Tigurius collapsed. The line had held, but the price was paid in the currency of his own soul. He had burned out the memories of the last 3 days entirely, leaving a cauterized void in his mind. The neural pathways in his brain were scarred, a phantom pain that would echo for the rest of his life. The battle for Macragge was far from over, and its greatest defender had just sacrificed a part of himself to win a few precious minutes. The battle for Macragge had reached its crescendo. Attrition was a battle the Imperium could not win against the tyrannid menace. For every beast an ultramarine felled, 10 more swarmed over its corpse. The defensive lines, though held by the galaxy's finest warriors, were eroding under a biological tide that never ceased. Tigurius, his body a canvas of pain and exhaustion, knew this. He had plugged breaches and annihilated swarms, but he was merely treating symptoms. The disease was the hive mind itself, and it was incurable. To win, he couldn't just fight the swarm. He had to decapitate it. A desperate, heretical strategy formed in the crucible of his mind. He could not hold back the shadow in the warp forever. It was like trying to cup the ocean in his hands. So he would not hold it back. He would dive in. He would plunge his consciousness into that abyss of alien thought, find its heart, and plant a dagger there. It was an act of supreme psychic recklessness, a journey from which no Psyker had ever returned. His honor guard saw the shift in his posture, the grim finality in his eyes. He gave a single, sharp nod. They understood. Forming a tight circle around him, their bolters raised, they prepared to defend his physical form to their last breath. Tigurius closed his eyes. His body slumped, held upright only by the ceramite of his brothers. And then he was gone. His consciousness, a blazing point of defiant blue light, pushed forward. Not through space, but through reality itself. He drove himself headlong into the crushing, silent scream of the shadow in the warp. The pressure was a physical thing, grinding at the edges of his soul, threatening to pulverize his very identity into psychic dust. He pushed through the static, through the null field, and broke into the space behind it. He was in an ocean, not of water, but of pure consciousness. A networked intelligence that spanned light years, composed of the amalgamated thoughts of trillions upon trillions of organisms. There were no sights, no sounds, only the raw data of existence. He felt the cold, dispassionate hunger that drove the entire species. He experienced their perspective, and the horror of it nearly extinguished him. The Tyranids did not hate humanity. They did not recognize humanity as anything significant at all. The Imperium, with its 10,000 years of history, its heroes, its gods, its art, and its cruelty, it was all just biomass, a resource, a meal waiting to be consumed and repurposed. He swam through the memories of countless extinct species, their entire civilizations reduced to a fleeting genetic echo within the swarm. He saw worlds of crystal beings shattered and devoured. He felt the final terror of gas-giant philosophers as their homes were siphoned dry. But as he sifted through this galactic graveyard of memory, he began to perceive the architecture of the mind itself. It was a web, a synaptic network of staggering complexity, but a network nonetheless. Information, commands, flowed from node to node. He followed the threads. They all led to the synapse creatures, the hive tyrants, the tervigons, the zoanthropes. They were not just leaders. They were living rooters, psychic amplifiers that kept the lesser beasts bound to the great will. And in that structure, he found it. A flaw. The system was hyper-efficient, but it lacked redundancy. It was a chain, not a net. If enough of the key links, the primary nodes in this sector's swarm, were broken simultaneously, it wouldn't just weaken the network. It would trigger a cascade failure, a psychic death spiral. The moment the solution crystallized in his mind, the ocean noticed him. The diffuse, passive intelligence of the swarm suddenly coalesced. A singular, focused point of attention, more vast and ancient than any star, turned its gaze upon him. It was the hive mind itself, the gestalt god of the Tyranid race, and it had perceived the microbes swimming in its veins. There was no anger, no malice. There was something far more terrifying: curiosity. It regarded his tiny, defiant spark of individuality with the detached interest of a scientist studying a strange new bacterium. The moment of observation ended. The system identified him as a threat. The ocean of thought became a maelstrom, a psychic vortex designed to tear his consciousness to shreds and absorb his memories. He was expelled, thrown out with the force of a supernova. Tigurius slammed back into his body. He was on his knees, gasping, the sounds and smells of the battlefield crashing back in. He was screaming, a raw animal sound of pure psychic agony. His honor guard held firm, their boots planted in the gore-soaked mud. The scream cut off. He staggered to his feet. The targeting data burned into his memory like a brand. He keyed his personal vox, his voice a shredded wreck. "My Lord Calgar, I have them. Targeting solutions transmitting now. All assets. You must strike all designated targets simultaneously. Execute. Now." On the command deck of his Land Raider, Marneus Calgar didn't hesitate. His trust in his chief librarian was absolute. The order flashed across the Ultramarines network. All units, concentrate fire on designated synaptic targets. Fire on my mark. Execute coordinated strike. Now. Across the battlefield, Lascanon beams, crack missiles, and focused volleys of bolter fire converged. Hive tyrants were vaporized in blasts of plasma. Broods of zoanthropes imploded under precise artillery strikes. Key warrior strains were scythed down by heavy bolter fire. For a heartbeat, the chittering tide continued its advance. Then it faltered. The Hormagaunts slowed. The Termagants ceased their fire. Across the front, the lesser organisms, their connection to the hive mind severed, fell into disarray. They began to wander aimlessly, attack each other, or simply stand still, becoming easy prey for the vengeful Ultramarines. The intelligent, cohesive assault had shattered, dissolving into a disorganized rabble of dumb beasts. The back of the invasion was broken. Macraga, at a cost beyond reckoning, was saved. The psychic tsunami of the hive mind did not recede. It shattered. One moment, it was a crushing, omnipresent reality. The next, it was gone, leaving behind a silence more deafening than any scream. On the blood-soaked soil of Macraga, the war was not over. But the verdict was in. Humanity had won. The cost was written in the ruins of its cities and the blood of its finest sons. Varro Tigurius walked through the skeletal remains of Magna Civitas. The air, thick with the chemical stench of spent promethium and alien ichor, was a mercy compared to the horrors that assaulted his other senses. With the shadow in the warp gone, the psychic death screams of millions of slain citizens now echoed freely. A ghost choir of agony that would haunt this world for centuries. He felt every single one, every mother clutching her child, every soldier taking his last breath, every soul extinguished in terror. He had saved their world, but he had failed to save them. The distinction was a razor's edge upon which his sanity balanced. The physical toll on the chapter was catastrophic. Marneus Calgar, the lord of Macraga, lay broken in the fortress of Hera, his body shattered, and his life maintained only by the most advanced arts of the apothecarian. The first company, the pride of the Ultramarines, was a shadow of its former glory, its ranks decimated, its heroes entombed in the hallowed halls of the fallen. Macraga stood, but it was a world on its knees. Yet, from the ashes of this victory, a legend was born. Whispers carried on the astropathic winds spoke of a Psyker who had done the impossible. They spoke of the librarian who had not merely resisted the shadow in the warp, but had plunged into it, a lone swimmer in an ocean of alien malevolence. They spoke of the man who had touched the hive mind and returned not as a gibbering wreck, but with the key to victory clutched in his fist. Across the segmentum, and then the Imperium, the name Tigurius became synonymous with a new kind of power. Delegations began to arrive, librarians from other chapters, their expressions a mixture of awe and professional jealousy, came seeking his wisdom on combating the tyrannid threat. Inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos, who had once viewed him with deep suspicion, now treated him with a calculated, almost fearful respect. Lady Valeria's report had spread through the highest echelons. The Psyker she once sought to execute was now the Imperium's foremost expert on its most terrifying new enemy. Tigurius met them all, his face an impassive mask, sharing tactical data while his mind processed the psychic echoes of their unasked questions, their fears, and their ambitions. He was a hero, but he was also an anomaly, and anomalies made the Imperium deeply uncomfortable. The private cost of his legend was far steeper. In the sterile quiet of the librarium's deepest chambers, tech marines and apothecaries watched their diagnostic cogitators with dread. The psychic stress of the battle, of diving into the hive mind's consciousness, had not broken Tigurius. It had forged him anew. His power had surged, accelerating past all known limits. The evaluation servitor tasked with measuring his output sparked and went dark, its delicate crystal matrices overloaded. The final reading, projected for a bare second before the system failed, placed him in a classification that had no official name, a level of power that imperial law dictated must be met with immediate termination. He was no longer just a powerful psyker. He was a psychic event, a living violation of the Emperor's own edicts. Covert visitations became a new reality. One night, a shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness of his meditation chamber. It was not a space marine, but something far older, clad in simple auramite-laced robes. A custodian, one of the Emperor's own 10,000, far from the hallowed soil of Terra. He did not speak of heresy or sanction. He spoke of potential and purpose. The master of mankind foresaw many threats, the custodian said, his voice a low rumble. You have become a weapon against one of them. We wish to understand the nature of that weapon. Others followed. A shrouded figure from the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, whose own mind was a fortress of discipline, came only to stand in Tigurius's presence, as if measuring the heat from a star. They were all afraid, and they were all desperate. But the greatest change occurred within. One evening, as Tigurius sought solace in the silent depths of his own mind, a new vision pierced the veil of time. It was not a fleeting possibility, not a murky thread of fate. It was a perfect, crystalline image of a future yet to be born. He saw a stasis field dissolving. He saw a figure rising from a throne of preservation, a giant clad in cobalt blue and gold, the sigil of Ultramar blazing on his pauldron. He saw the face of a demigod, his father, Robut Gilliman, his eyes opening for the first time in 10 millennia. Tigurius felt the psychic shockwave of that future event echo back through the centuries. He saw the path that led to it, the wars and trials that lay between now and then. He understood instantly that to speak of this vision would be to invite disaster, to unleash hope and heresy in equal measure, to alter the very path he had just witnessed. Some futures, he realized, must be earned. They must be allowed to unfold at their own pace. He locked the vision away, burying it in the deepest vault of his mind. It was another burden, another secret, in a life defined by them. The hero of Macraga, the legend of the Imperium, was now the sole keeper of its most impossible hope, and he was utterly alone. For Varro Tigurius, victory had not brought peace. It had only sharpened the edges of his personal hell. The burden of prophecy was not a matter of grand, sweeping visions of humanity's fate. It was a constant, grinding erosion of the present. It was a prison built from moments that had not yet happened, its bars forged from infinite possibility. His day began not with the morning chimes, but with the foreknowledge of them. As he sat before a stack of astropathic dispatches, his mind was a tapestry of interwoven futures. He saw the chapter serf, who would bring him his morning nutrient paste trip on a loose floor grate in 17 seconds, spilling the gray slurry across the polished stone. He saw the flicker of irritation in the serf's mind, the embarrassment, the hasty cleanup. He did nothing. The event was trivial, its outcome immutable in the grander scheme. To intervene was to expend a quantum of will that was better saved for a choice that mattered. The serf tripped. The paste spilled. Tigurius didn't even look up from his work. Later, in the strategium, he stood beside a hollow table displaying fleet dispositions. He listened as a Thunderhawk pilot, a young man named Lycor, confirmed his patrol route. Tigurius saw him, hale and confident in his flight gear. He also saw Lycor 3 hours and 14 minutes from now, his flight suit breached, screaming silently into the void as a freak plasma conduit failure turned his cockpit into a tomb of superheated gas. The vision was crystalline, absolute. Tigurius's mind, an engine of cold calculus, raced through the causal chains. Warn Lycor. Ground the flight. A replacement pilot, less familiar with that gunship's temperamental thrusters, would take his place. That replacement, overcorrecting during a landing at a forward listening post, would shear off a promethium fuel line. The resulting explosion would consume the landing pad and kill 4 battle brothers of the 3rd Company. One pilot's life weighed against 4 of the Emperor's angels of death. The equation solved itself with brutal simplicity. Tigurius gave a slight nod. "Fly safe, brother Lycor." The words felt like ash in his mouth. This was his existence, a ceaseless, silent game of triage played against fate itself. He was no longer a participant in life. He was its grim accountant, balancing the books of life and death, always seeking to minimize the final, terrible sum. The greatest test of this resolve came on the 3rd day after the victory celebrations had ended. During a deep meditation, a vision struck him with the force of a physical blow. A primary coolant valve in the manufactorum sector, deep in the underhive of the fortress of Hera, was about to suffer catastrophic failure. He saw the timeline where he raised the alarm. Tech priests would scramble, initiating an emergency shutdown. The sudden power drain would destabilize the nearby phalanx pattern missile reserves. The resulting detonation would vaporize 2 entire sublevels, claiming the lives of 212 serfs and 9 ultramarines. Then he saw the other path. Inaction. The valve would burst. The corridor, sector Gamma 9, would be instantly flooded with incandescent plasma. 17 serfs, their shifts just ending, would be vaporized. He saw their faces, knew their names from the passive psychic hum of the fortress. He knew one was a father of 3. Another was saving his meager stipend to buy a pilgrimage token for his aging mother. Tigurius did not move. He kept his eyes closed, his breathing even, a statue of ceramite and flesh. He let the valve fail. He felt the distant psychic spike of 17 souls being extinguished in an instant of unimaginable agony. Hours later, Chaplain Orton confronted him in the librarium's quiet halls. The chaplain's face was a mask of grim piety. 17 souls, Lord Librarian, in your own fortress. You are the chief librarian. Surely you felt some premonition. Tigurius turned from a glowing archive screen, his augmented eyes betraying nothing. "I did not feel a premonition, Chaplain. I saw it happen before it occurred." Ortan's composure cracked. "You saw it? And you did nothing?" "I chose the lesser evil," Tigurius stated, his voice devoid of emotion. The alternative was 221 dead, including 9 of our brothers. The chaplain stared, his faith providing no framework for such a monstrous calculus. He saw not a hero, but a creature who weighed souls like groats. He turned and left without another word. Tigurius was alone again. He had stopped seeing people. He saw only variables in a horrifying, endless equation. He knew this was a form of madness, a slow shedding of the very humanity he fought to protect. But the alternative, to feel the weight of every death he foresaw but could not prevent without causing greater loss, that would shatter his mind in a single solar cycle. Other Psykers went mad from the whispers of the warp, from the corrupting touch of demons. Varro Tigurius feared he was going mad from perfect, unbearable clarity. The shadow of the hive mind had receded, but the void it left was not empty. It was a wound in the fabric of reality, a vacuum of psychic silence that screamed for something to fill it. And from the depths of the Imperium, something answered. The whispers of the great game, once a distant murmur, now roared into ultramar. The dark gods had seen the weakness left by the Tyrannid invasion, and they had come to claim their prize. For Varro Tigurius, the war had not ended. It had merely changed its nature. He sat enthroned within the deepest, most shielded chamber of the Librarium, a living nexus for the defense of 100 worlds. His physical body was little more than an anchor. His eyes were closed, his hands resting on the arms of his command throne, but his consciousness was a firestorm raging across the 500 worlds of the realm of Ultramar. He had become a general whose soldiers were librarians, and whose battlefield was the collective soul of a sector. His mind was stretched to a breaking point that would have atomized any other Psyker. He was everywhere at once. On the shrine world of Eax, he saw through the eyes of Lexiconum Phoros as a word-bearer's warband conducted a blasphemous ritual. He could hear the grinding, guttural chants of their dark apostle, a sound that felt like stone scraping against bone within his own skull, twisting the very laws of physics to tear a new wound into the warp. Tigurius didn't send a message. He became the message, pouring tactical data and a sliver of his own precognitive sight directly into the mind of the Ultramarines' strike force commander, closing on the heretic's position. Simultaneously, a part of his awareness drifted over the once verdant fields of the agri-world Tarentus. A Nurgle plague fleet had seeded the atmosphere with its foul gifts. He could feel the sickening, bubbling joy of the great unclean one's servants as the crops turned to black slime and the populace bloated with horrific life. He ran the calculations, his mind a cold engine of prophecy. If Tarentus fell, it would become a plague planet, a font of contagion that would infect the entire subsector for millennia. He saw trillions of lives balanced against the 5 billion currently on the world. The choice was horrific, but it was also simple. With an act of will that caused his physical body to shudder violently, he transmitted the kill order. To the captain of the orbital defense fleet, it was a coded command for exterminatus. To Tigurius, it was the feeling of 5 billion psychic death screams hitting his awareness at once. He absorbed the agony, partitioned it, and moved on. The cost was a memory of his childhood home on Quintarn, burned away like a photograph in a fire, sacrificed to maintain his focus. He had not slept in 7 weeks. His body, sustained only by nutrient drips and the raw, focused power of his own mind had become a husk. To the chapter serfs who attended him, he was a terrifying idol. Motionless for days on end, a trickle of blood sometimes weeping from beneath his psychic hood. They did not understand that he was not truly there. He was fighting a shadow war in the data streams of the Administratum on Calth, hunting the psychic spoor of Tzeentchian cultists who sought to cripple Ultramar's logistics through sabotage. He found their subtle corruption, a single altered shipping manifest that would send 1,000,000 bolter rounds to a peaceful garden world and leave a frontline fortress with nothing but las pistols. He traced the psychic residue back to a cabal of unassuming scribes, and with a thought, dispatched a Vindicare assassin from a hidden cell 2 systems away. Each decision was correct. Each intervention saved lives. But each one cost him something he could no longer name. He was sacrificing a small moon's population to deny a chaos warband a deep space staging ground. He was letting a city burn to draw a Cornati legion into a perfectly prepared kill zone. The man named Varro was dissolving, his personality eroding under the constant pressure of galactic calculus. He was becoming the system he managed, a network of pure, dispassionate logic. And then, through the chaotic din, a new note emerged. It was not the screaming brass of Khorne, the dizzying melody of Tzeentch, or the seductive whisper of Slaanesh. This was a low, dolorous drone, a sound of absolute decay and inexorable entropy. It was a psychic presence that felt of rust, of rot, of the final silent stillness when a universe dies. It was singular, focused, and possessed a will of terrifying power. Tigurius's consciousness, scattered across a dozen critical fronts, snapped back like a stretched cord. All his senses, all his power, focused on this one, monstrous signature approaching the outer edges of Ultramar. It was a presence from the darkest annals of Imperial history, a nightmare made manifest. He knew that signature. He had felt its echo in forbidden texts and the crystallized memories of long-dead heroes. In the silent, cold librarium, Varro Tigurius's eyes snapped open. He spoke a single word, and the sound of it seemed to leach the warmth from the very air, frosting the nearby consoles. Mortarion. To challenge a demigod is to invite annihilation. To challenge Mortarion, the Pale King, the Lord of the Death Guard, was to embrace a death of exquisite, unending decay. A lesser Psyker would have been reduced to a puddle of weeping sores by the mere psychic proximity of the demon Primarch. But Varro Tigurius was not a lesser Psyker. He was a scalpel, poised to cut the rot from a dying patient, even if the rot was a godling son of the Emperor. He could not face Mortarion directly. That would be like a single candle trying to outshine a dying star. Instead, he became a phantom, a whisper of defiance in the grand, stagnant symphony of Nurgle. While Guilliman's fleets engaged the plague-ridden hulks of the Death Guard in the void, and Calgar's warriors held the line against shambling plague marines on the ground, Tigurius fought a war in a dimension only he could fully perceive. He moved through the psychic battlefield like a counteragent, his mind a crystalline fortress against an ocean of filth. Where Mortarion's sorcerers wove hexes to sour ammunition and rust tank treads, Tigurius would insert a sliver of foresight, a precognitive warning that allowed a tech marine to perform a vital rite of maintenance just moments before catastrophic failure. Where demonic scryers sought to locate Guilliman's command post, Tigurius erected psychic baffles and mirror illusions, sending them chasing phantoms across the system while the real War Council continued unabated. He was a ghost in the enemy's machine, a spanner in the works of entropy itself. His greatest challenge came during the siege of the hive world Parmenio. Mortarion's chief sorcerer, a bloated horror named Golgoth the Blighted, was attempting to perform the Grand Suppuration, a ritual that would transform the planet's molten core into a font of pure plague magic. If he succeeded, Parmenio would become a new plague planet, a permanent bastion for Nurgle in the heart of Ultramar. Tigurius could feel the ritual's progress, a sickly, sweet psychic pressure building across the sector. He had to intervene. Projecting his consciousness across the void, Tigurius found Golgoth at the apex of his power, chanting in a tongue that made reality curdle. The sorcerer was a conduit for the Garden of Nurgle, his flesh a canvas of bubbling boils and weeping rents. He felt Tigurius's presence and laughed, a wet, gurgling sound. He unleashed a wave of psychic power, not an attack of force, but of pure contagion. It was the feeling of every disease, every cancer, every festering wound made manifest as a psychic assault. Tigurius did not erect a shield. He did not counter with purifying flame. He did something far colder, far more terrifying. He reached into Golgoth's connection to his patron god, and, with the precision of a master apothecary, he simply pushed. He did not fight Nurgle's gifts. He accepted them on the sorcerer's behalf and accelerated them 1,000-fold. For a moment, Golgoth felt a surge of ecstatic power. Then came the horror. The blessings of his god became a runaway chain reaction. The minor growths on his skin swelled and burst in seconds. His flesh, already rotting, liquefied and sloughed from his bones in greasy sheets. The demonic parasites living within him multiplied with such speed that they consumed their host from the inside out in a single, agonizing heartbeat. Golgoth's psychic scream of terror was cut short as his own power, turned against him, unmade him utterly. He collapsed into a slurry of putrescence and buzzing flies. The disruption of the ritual was so abrupt, it was like a black hole opening in the psychic choir of the Death Guard. And it drew the gaze of the conductor. Across the void, Mortarion noticed, Tigurius's mind was suddenly plunged into a stagnant, suffocating swamp. The air filled with the scent of grave dirt and the drone of 1 billion flies. The presence of the demon Primarch was not a simple touch. It was an occupation, a weight of 10,000 years of nihilistic despair pressing down on his soul. A voice, whispering like the last rattle of a dying man, echoed in his thoughts. "You interest me, little seer, a mortal who understands the nature of gifts. I will enjoy watching you realize how futile your resistance is. All things decay in the end, even hope." Tigurius did not flinch. He did not argue. His response was not a word, but a vision, delivered with the force of a thunderbolt. He showed the demon Primarch a possible future, a timeline he had seen with perfect clarity. He showed him the soil of Eax, a Primarch in cobalt-blue armor standing over a kneeling, defeated Mortarion. He showed him the Emperor's own flaming sword held at his throat. He showed him the humiliation of a demigod forced to flee back to the realm of his master. His grand invasion shattered. Then Tigurius spoke, his own mental voice a blade of ice in the suffocating swamp of Mortarion's presence. "I have already seen how this ends," Tigurius said. "You lose." The psychic connection did not fade. It shattered. Mortarion, a being of grim, unshakable certainty for 10 millennia, had been shown a truth his ego could not process. He recoiled, not in anger, but in a moment of profound, chilling disturbance. For the first time, a flicker of doubt had been planted in the heart of the Lord of Death, and the little seer who planted it was now marked for a very special kind of destruction. For centuries, it had been a ghost in his mind, a vision of a possible future, one among trillions, but one that stubbornly refused to fade. While the forces of chaos hammered at the gates of Macraga, while the greatest war in 10,000 years raged across the surface of his world, Varro Tigurius was focused on an event far smaller and infinitely more significant. He stood within the fortress of Hera, his eyes closed, his mind a nexus of impossible diplomacy. He was coordinating with the Xenos. The thought was a heresy that would have seen any other librarian executed. But Tigurius was not any other librarian, and his precognition had made a grim calculus. Without the Eldar of the Inari, the future he had guarded for so long would die. His consciousness brushed against the crystalline minds of their far-seers, a strange and alien sensation, like touching living glass. He felt their ancient sorrow, their arrogant grace, but also their desperation. They needed the nascent god of the dead, and to get it, they needed to resurrect a demigod of men. The Western Bastion will fall in 17 minutes, Tigurius projected, not in words, but in pure tactical data. A breach will open. Guide your vessel through it. I will mask your approach from the Chaos Sorcerers. He felt their skeptical assent. To them, he was a blunt instrument, a powerful but primitive human psyker. They could not perceive the tapestry of timelines he was weaving, the 1,000 small actions he was taking to ensure their path to the throne of stasis remained clear. He diverted a patrol of plague drones with a psychic illusion. He subtly nudged a word-bearer's ritual to fail, preventing them from scrying the hidden passageways. He was a silent shepherd, guiding wolves through a forest fire to save the one thing that mattered. Then it happened. A surge. It was not a wave of power in the way a sorcerer would cast a spell. It was a fundamental shift in the texture of reality. Across the galaxy, astropaths screamed as a psychic event of impossible magnitude washed over them, a roar of pure, unblemished order. To most, it was incomprehensible noise. To Tigurius, who had been waiting for it, it was a chord striking in a silent universe. The psychic signature of a Primarch, dormant for 10 millennia, blazed back into existence. It was a light of such purity and focus that the foulness of the warp recoiled from it, hissing. Robuti Guilliman lived. Later, in the hallowed silence of the Primarch's chambers, Tigurius stood before the legend made flesh. The air was thick with the sheer presence of the being. Battle brothers, even chapter masters, had always felt a pressure around Tigurius, the weight of his immense power. But this was different. This was like standing beside a mountain that had just woken up. Guilliman was a nexus of potential, his gene-forged body a vessel of such perfect design that reality itself seemed to take notice. Tigurius looked at the Primarch, and for the first time since he was a neophyte, he encountered a mind he could not penetrate. It was not a shield, not a psychic defense he could dismantle. It was a state of being. The Emperor's own inimitable craft was woven into the Primarch's soul, a firewall of such complexity that it was less a barrier and more a different order of existence. He could see the light of Guilliman's intellect, feel the burn of his focus. But the core, the man himself, was veiled in the shadow of his creator. Guilliman's eyes, ancient and weary yet blazing with new purpose, fixed on him. There were no pleasantries, no thanks. There was only the war. Report. The Primarch's voice was a resonant baritone, a sound of command that vibrated in the bones. The strategic situation of Ultramar, the disposition of enemy forces, the status of the Imperium. Everything. Now. And Tigurius, for the first time in centuries, spoke to someone who could understand the full breadth of what he saw. He did not speak. He conveyed. In a silent, psychic torrent of perfect clarity, he delivered a strategic assessment that would have taken a team of logisticians a year to compile. He showed Guilliman the fall of Cadia, the great rift tearing the galaxy in two, the movements of Mortarian's fleets, the state of the High Lords, the political decay, the creeping despair. He laid the corpse of the Imperium at his father's feet. Guilliman absorbed it all without flinching, his mind processing the 10,000-year catastrophe with grim efficiency. When Tigurius was done, the Primarch was silent for a long moment, the weight of a ruined galaxy settling upon his shoulders. Then he looked at his chief librarian, and his gaze was different. It was a look of profound, chilling recognition. "You carry knowledge that isolates you," Guilliman observed, his voice low. "You see the paths that lead to ruin and the narrow ways to survival, and you must choose between them alone." He gestured vaguely at the throne he now occupied. "I understand. The throne I sit upon is made of secrets." It was not friendship. It was not warmth. It was something rarer. It was the mutual acknowledgement of two beings cursed with a terrible, lonely clarity. In that moment, Tigurius knew he had found the closest thing to an equal he would ever know. The burden had not lessened, but for the first time he did not have to carry it entirely by himself. The Indomitus Crusade was a roar of defiance hurled into a dying galaxy. A tide of steel and faith. It surged from the shores of Ultramar, 1,000 fleets intent on pushing back the night. Millions of soldiers, tens of thousands of newly forged Primaris Marines, and the resurrected Primarch himself at their head. It was the greatest military undertaking in 10,000 years, a desperate gamble to reunite a sundered Imperium, and at its heart, moving like a ghost through the grand machine of war, was Varro Tigurius. He was not a fleet commander, nor a planetary governor. He was Guilliman's psychic spearhead. Where the Primarch's legions were a hammer, Tigurius was a scalpel, dispatched to excise cancers that could not be purged by bolter and blade alone. He went where the fabric of reality itself had been unstitched, where demonic incursions had turned worlds into extensions of the warp. One such mission took him to the cardinal world of Ophidius VII, a planet of 1 trillion faithful, now besieged by a legion of Tzeentch. The Imperial Guard regiments were broken, their minds shattered by illusions and nonsensical sorcery. The very ground shifted beneath their feet, cathedrals twisting into impossible, screaming geometries. When Tigurius made planetfall, he did so alone, stepping from his Thunderhawk into a maelstrom of iridescent fire and chittering horrors. The surviving defenders, huddled in the ruins of the Basilica of the Emperor's Ascension, watched in terrified awe. They expected a last stand. They witnessed an execution. Tigurius did not unleash a storm of lightning or a wave of fire. His power was more insidious, more absolute. He raised a hand, and instead of attacking the demons, he attacked the logic that bound them. He reached into their ephemeral forms and forced upon them the cold, hard syllogisms of real space. He made the pink horrors contemplate the paradox of their own division. The flamers confront the thermodynamic laws they so gleefully violated. The demons, beings of pure chaos, could not withstand the assault of pure reason. They shrieked, not in pain, but in cognitive dissonance, their forms flickering and dissolving as the lies that gave them shape were stripped away. Within minutes, the demonic army was gone, reduced to glittering dust and a lingering echo of metaphysical confusion. The defenders of Ophidius VII could not comprehend what they had seen, only that a single silent figure in blue had made hell itself disappear. In the lulls between such battles, Tigurius observed the new blood of the Crusade, the Primaris Marines. These gene-forged giants were Guilliman's vision for humanity's future made manifest. Among them were librarians, their psychic potential amplified by Cole's artifice. Tigurius watched them train, their minds burning with a cleaner, more stable light than any he had ever seen. He saw their power, and in some, he sensed a potential that might one day rival his own. He felt no jealousy. For the first time in centuries, he felt a flicker of hope. The crushing weight of his own power, the terrible isolation it brought, might one day be a burden he could share. Perhaps he would not have to face the coming dark alone. But the dark was growing. The Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum, was more than a scar across the galaxy. It was a festering wound through which the infection of the warp bled freely. The visions that had haunted Tigurius for years grew sharper, more insistent. The formless, ancient threat he had perceived was no longer a distant possibility. It was drawing closer, its approach accelerated by the galaxy's failing integrity. The Indomitus Crusade felt less like a reconquest and more like a frantic effort to patch the walls of a fortress before a tidal wave hit. This sense of a greater hidden war came to a head when he stood with Guilliman on the bridge of the Macraga's honor. The Primarch now carried the Emperor's sword, a weapon blazing with a golden light that was more than mere energy. As Tigurius looked at his lord, his precognitive mind saw visions within visions. He saw Guilliman, the brilliant strategist, but superimposed over him was an avatar of the Emperor's will, a conduit for a purpose conceived 10 millennia ago. He realized with chilling certainty that the Emperor, entombed and broken upon the Golden Throne, was aware of what was coming. The master of mankind had seen the same enemy Tigurius had. The Crusade, Guilliman's return, the Primaris Marines. It was all part of a plan. A plan to fight a war far older and more terrifying than the one against chaos. And Tigurius was not just a soldier in that war. He was a designated weapon. The Plague War was not a campaign of maneuver and strategy. It was a battle against entropy itself. The tendrils of Nurgle's garden had wrapped themselves around the heart of Ultramar, and the demon Primarch Mortarion walked its worlds as a god of decay. For every Death Guard legionary that fell, a dozen worlds sickened. Rivers turned to sludge, crops withered into black slime, and the very air grew thick with the buzzing of corpse flies. For Varro Tigurius, this was a new kind of hell. He was no longer just a psychic advisor or a battlefield asset. He was the central nervous system for the defense of an entire subsector. His consciousness was stretched across a dozen worlds simultaneously, a network of light holding back a tide of filth. From the bridge of the Macraga's honor, he coordinated every librarian, every astropath, every sanctioned psyker in Ultramar. He felt their minds flicker and die like candles in a hurricane. Some were torn apart by demonic predators. Others, more horribly, simply gave up, their souls succumbing to the gentle, inexorable promise of Nurgle's grandfatherly love. Each loss was a synapse in his own mind snapping, a fresh wave of despair he had to master and push back. The final confrontation came on the blighted plains of Eax. The world, once a lush paradise, was now a festering wound. Guilliman, a figure of impossible gold and blue, strode through fields of groaning plague zombies to meet his corrupted brother. Mortarion loomed over the battlefield, a skeletal giant in rusted green plate, his great scythe, silence, weeping poison. As Guilliman charged, Mortarion did not merely raise his weapon, He unleashed his power. A wave of pure metaphysical sickness washed across the battlefield, a psychic plague designed to rot the soul. It was a power drawn directly from the warp forges of Nurgle, an emanation that could wither a world. But it did not reach the Primarch, because Tigurius stood in its way. He stood on a promontory a kilometer from the duel, his physical body rigid, but his mind a fortress under siege. He felt Mortarian sorcery not as an attack, but as a contagion. It seeped into his psychic senses as the scent of 1,000,000,000 rotting corpses, the sound of 1,000,000,000,000 buzzing flies, the feeling of his own flesh beginning to bloat and decay. He erected a barrier of pure will, a shimmering wall of psychic energy that absorbed the plague sorcery. The strain was unimaginable. It was like trying to hold back the ocean with his bare hands. Mortarion was a demigod, channeling the might of a chaos god. Tigurius was one man. He felt his blood vessels bursting in his brain, his nose and eyes streaming crimson. He could feel the whispers of Nurgle in his own mind, promising him an end to the pain, an end to the struggle. He dug deeper. He went past training, past discipline, past the limits of his own biology. He began to burn his own life force, feeding his soul into the psychic barrier piece by piece. It was a cold, calculated act of self-immolation. The battle became a terrible three-way struggle. Guilliman's sword against Mortarion's scythe, Tigurius's mind against Mortarion's soul. The two duels were won. Every time Guilliman's blade was parried, a fresh wave of demonic energy slammed into Tigurius's shield. Every time Tigurius held, he bought Guilliman another second to press the attack. Then, a flicker, a moment of overconfidence from the demon Primarch. Guilliman, with the speed of a demigod, drove the Emperor's sword forward, its divine fire searing through Mortarion's defenses and gouging a burning wound in his chest. The demon Primarch roared, a sound of both pain and outrage, and was forced back, his corporeal form dissolving as he was banished into the warp. The psychic pressure vanished. For Tigurius, it was as if the weight of a mountain had been lifted from his soul. And, in its absence, there was nothing left to hold him together. His two hearts stopped. His brain, ravaged by catastrophic hemorrhaging, ceased all function. He collapsed, a puppet with its strings cut. He spent 3 months suspended between life and death in a Susan coma. When he finally woke, the sterile white of the apothecarian was dominated by a single massive shape. Robert Guilliman sat by his bedside, his helmet off, his face etched with a weariness that was 10,000 years old. "You held," the Primarch said, his voice a low rumble. "The apothecaries said the strain should have turned your mind to vapor. You should have died, but you held." Tigurius's throat was dry, his voice a rasp. He looked at the savior of the Imperium, the son of the Emperor, and spoke with a certainty that had nothing to do with faith. "I've seen how I die, my lord," he said. "It wasn't that day." The 3 months Tigurius spent in the Susan membrane were not a period of rest. His body lay inert, a statue of ceramite and flesh tended to by the finest apothecaries in Ultramar. But his mind was unbound. It was not sleep. It was not dreaming. It was a slow, agonizing drift through the raw stuff of reality. Without the anchor of his physical form, his consciousness was a ghost ship on the tides of the Imperium, brushing against shores of past, present, and futures that writhed like serpents. He saw timelines born and die in the space of a breath. He heard the silent screams of forgotten species and the first whispers of civilizations yet to be. He felt the cold, geometric thoughts of the Necrons and the hungry static of the tyrannid hive mind, no longer as external threats, but as textures in the universal fabric. But beneath it all, behind it all, he sensed something else. It was a constant, a presence he had only ever glimpsed before, a pressure at the edge of his perception. During his coma, unburdened by the limits of his mortal brain, he could almost focus on it. It was like trying to stare at the space between stars, a void that was not empty, but full of a terrible, negative presence. He returned to his body not healed, but burdened with a billion fragmented truths that coalesced into a single, horrifying mosaic. When he woke, the first thing he noticed was the silence. The sterile quiet of the apothecarian felt deafening, a profound absence of the psychic symphony he had grown accustomed to. The senior apothecary, flanked by a grim-faced tech priest, delivered their findings with cold precision. His body had healed, but it had also adapted. The strain of containing Mortarian's plague sorcery had forced a biological change they had no precedent for. His Susan membrane, the organ that had saved his life, had not merely repaired his neural pathways, it had integrated with them. It had fused with the psychic centers of his brain. The tech priest explained the implications in buzzing, metallic cant. Your periods of unconsciousness are no longer simple hibernation. The organ now acts as a psychic amplifier for your subconscious mind. You no longer dream, Chief Librarian. You prophesy. His first meeting with Guilliman took place in a chamber shielded by null emitters that made Tigurius's teeth ache. The Primarch did not bother with pleasantries. He had seen his greatest Psyker fall, and he needed to know the cost of his miraculous survival. Tigurius stood, his posture rigid, his gaze distant. The visions I had before, the approaching darkness, they were incomplete, he began, his voice a dry rasp. I saw a wave approaching from a great distance. I was wrong. It is not approaching. It has been here all along. Guilliman's expression remained a mask of stoic control, but Tigurius could sense the sudden, sharp spike of concern in the demigod's mind. Explain. It is a predator that has learned to hide not in the shadows, but in the blind spots of perception itself, Tigurius continued. It avoids detection by every psyker, every seer, every navigator in the galaxy, because its nature is antithetical to the means by which we perceive. It is an absence, a hole in what is. I only ever saw the ripples it made at the edges, because my own mind operates at a frequency closer to its silence. He paused, gathering the strength to voice the revelation that had haunted his every waking moment since his return. He met the Primarch's gaze. I do not know what it is, my lord, but I know what it wants. It seeks to consume, not as the tyrannids consume, for biomass and evolution. This is something far more fundamental. Tigurius took a breath, and the words fell into the silent room like stones into a grave. It eats existence itself, and it's already begun. For the first time in centuries, Tigurius saw true, unguarded shock on the face of a Primarch. Guilliman, the master of logistics, the architect of empires, was confronted with an enemy that defied every parameter of warfare he had ever known. An enemy that did not destroy, but unmade. The Primarch's shock lasted only a moment before it was forged into cold, hard purpose. He leaned forward, the golden eagles on his armor seeming to glare with his intensity. How do we fight it? Tigurius looked at his lord, the weight of his terrible new clarity pressing down on him. The fragments of prophecy coalesced into a vast, terrifying unknown. He had the diagnosis for the galaxy's final sickness, but no cure. I don't have an answer, Tigurius admitted, the words tasting like ash. Yet, the word investigation was insufficient for what Tigurius now undertook. It was a clandestine pilgrimage into the heart of a mystery older than humanity. Working outside the rigid command structures of the Imperium, with only Guilliman's tacit approval, he began to weave a web of contacts spun from pure psychic energy. He could no longer afford the slow, clumsy mechanics of astropathic choirs and coded vox bursts. His mind became the messenger. He reached across the void, his consciousness a silver thread seeking out needles in a galactic haystack. He found an inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, a man named Curlian, who had spent 3 centuries chasing whispers of silent systems, entire star systems that had simply fallen off long-range auger charts, leaving behind not rubble or radiation, but a perfect, unnatural void. Curlian had been dismissed as a paranoiac, his reports buried under the weight of more immediate Xenos threats. When Tigurius's mind touched his, the old Inquisitor felt not intrusion, but a terrifying vindication. They exchanged knowledge in a silent flurry of thought. Curlian's meticulous charts of stellar disappearances and Tigurius's horrifying visions of why they were disappearing. He found an Eldar Farseer on a distant, cloaked craft world. The initial contact was a storm of mutual distrust, a psychic clash of knives in the dark. But Tigurius did not push. He simply showed the Farseer what he had seen in his coma, the negative presence, the hole in what is. The Eldar's psychic shriek of recognition was more damning than any confirmation. They had a name for it, a word that meant both the great unmaking and that which eats the song. The Farseer shared fragmented prophecies from the Black Library, speaking of a time when the gods of the warp would be silenced not by a rival, but by the stillness of non-existence. They were no allies, but for a moment, they were 2 seers staring into the same abyss. His search even led him to a reclusive Magos Dominus of the Adeptus Mechanicus, stationed at a deep space observatory near the Halo stars. The tech priest had registered anomalies that defied the laws of physics, vast swathes of space where the cosmic microwave background radiation was simply gone. It wasn't being blocked, it was being erased, the very echo of creation's birth silenced. The Magos had theorized a cosmological phenomenon. Tigurius showed him it was a biological one. With this network of whispers and warnings, Tigurius turned his attention from the present to the distant past. He delved into the most forbidden archives of the Fortress of Hera, unsealing data crypts that had not been opened since the Great Crusade. He was looking for a pattern, a ghost in the machine of history. He found it in the extinction records of a dozen minor Xenos empires, all noted as cause of demise, unknown. This was not enough. He needed to see it for himself. In a shielded chamber, surrounded by stasis fields, he began the dangerous practice of psychometry. He took an artifact from the first extinct race, a crystalline shard that hummed with a faint, sorrowful energy. As his mind enveloped it, reality dissolved. He was standing in a city of woven light, among beings of pure sound. He felt their joy, their art, their love. Then, a coldness. It started at the edge of their perception. One by one, the stars in their sky vanished, not exploding, but simply winking out as if they had never been. A collective psychic scream of confusion, then terror, then nothing. The species was not killed. It was unwritten from the pages of time. Tigurius gasped, dropping the shard, which crumbled into inert dust. He picked up another artifact from another species, millions of years and thousands of light years removed. The story was the same. He came to a final, chilling realization. The greatest threat the Imperium had ever known was chaos. The ruinous powers were entities of emotion, of life, of existence itself, twisted into monstrous forms. They were a cancer upon reality. But what Tigurius now saw was not cancer. It was a cure, a final, absolute cure for all of existence. He extended his senses, a thread of pure will, toward the great rift. He did not challenge the gods. He only listened. And in the endless, screaming cacophony of the warp, he felt it. A tremor, a deep, primal undercurrent of fear. The Chaos Gods, in their own way, were afraid. They could not rule a kingdom of nothing. The thought of something that could frighten a god, something that could make Tsyantche's plotting and Khorne's rage seem like the fleeting tantrums of children, kept Tigurius awake for a month. The investigation was over. A hunt had to begin. The gathering was an act of heresy by any standard but his own. On the neutral ground of the ancient Cyclopean space station Aegis Umbra, adrift in an unclaimed system, the most powerful Psykers of the Imperium convened. They came cloaked in distrust, their very presence a violation of 1,000 years of doctrine. Chief Librarian Mephiston of the Blood Angels stood apart, a marble statue of contained fury. The black rage, a sleeping beast behind his eyes. A grey knight paladin, whose name was a secret even to himself, radiated an aura of cold, hard faith. Inquisitor Lord Jax of the Ordo Hereticus was flanked by 2 null maidens, their psychic absence a suffocating pressure in the chamber. A navigator patriarch from House Belisarius sat enthroned, his third eye covered by a jeweled shroud, yet still twitching as it perceived the non-space between them. Tigurius stood at the center of this vortex of suspicion. He saw the futures flicker and branch around them. 100 arguments, 3 duels to the death, and 1 outright massacre if he spoke a single word amiss. He saw the Space Wolves' rune priest about to accuse the Dark Angel's librarian of secrecy, a spark that would ignite the room. Before the wolf could even draw breath to speak, Tigurius acted. He did not speak with his voice. He opened his mind, a precisely controlled flood of pure intention. He did not overwhelm them, but offered a single, undeniable truth to each. To the Inquisitor, he showed the records of Curlian's silent systems, validated with the seal of the Ordo Xenos. To Mephiston, he shared the feeling of a coldness worse than the thirst. To the Grey Knight, he projected the chilling silence where a demon's scream should be. Then, to all of them at once, he shared the vision. He plunged their minds into the heart of his coma dream. They stood in a city of light, a pre-human civilization, and watched as the stars went out. They felt not destruction, but erasure. The psychic backlash was immense. The Inquisitor's wards flared white-hot. The navigator cried out, clutching his veiled eye as if it had been burned by an anti-light. Mephiston, who had mastered his own damnation, took a single staggered step back, his composure broken for the first time in centuries. "A Tsyantchean deception," a librarian from the Iron Hands snarled, his logic engine struggling to categorize the input. "Heresy! A shared delusion," Lord Jax roared, his hand moving towards the psi maul at his belt. But the oldest among them knew better. A soul stone on the table, brought by a sanctioned rogue trader, began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. From it, the ancient voice of the Eldar Farseer whispered into their minds, a sound of rustling leaves and cracked monoliths. "We have known of it since the fall. We call it Innialid, the great unmaking, that which eats the song." The debate was over. The fear was real. The council fell into a grim discussion of strategy. They spoke of combining their powers, of focusing their might into a psychic spear. Tigurius let them talk, knowing where it would lead. They were generals planning a war with arrows against an enemy who could unwrite the concept of a bow. Finally, the Grey Knight spoke, his voice like stone grinding on stone. Our combined power is insufficient. We cannot fight non-existence. We can only be unmade by it. The terrible truth settled over the room. They were helpless. It was then that the attack came. A junior astropath, a woman who had been silently transcribing the meeting, suddenly stiffened. Her eyes went blank, two milky orbs of perfect emptiness. She lunged, not with a knife, but with a gesture. Her hand pointed at Tigurius, and from her fingertips shot a lance of pure nothing. It did not burn or tear. It simply erased the air it passed through, leaving a trail of absolute void. Before anyone could react, Tigurius moved. He didn't erect a shield of force, but one of paradox. He met the beam of nothingness with a sliver of his own foresight, a projection of a future where the beam had never been fired. The two impossibilities canceled each other out with a deafening silence. Tigurius's gaze snapped to the astropath. He reached into her mind, expecting to find a controlling entity, a demon or a Xenos puppeteer. He found nothing. Where her soul should have been, there was only a hollow, echoing void. With cold, precise anger, he severed the unnatural connection that animated her. The astropath collapsed, not dead, but a vacant shell. The council was in chaos, weapons drawn, accusations flying. But Tigurius was perfectly still. The message was clear. The enemy was aware of him. It had found him. The investigation had become personal, and the thing he was hunting was now hunting him. The logic was as cold and absolute as the void left by the assassin's attack. The enemy was not a thing of the warp, but a thing of its absence. It used non-existence as a weapon. To fight a shadow, one does not bring more darkness. One brings light. But to fight a void, what do you bring? Tigurius concluded the only possible answer was the void itself, weaponized. And the Imperium, in its brutal pragmatism, already possessed such weapons. They were called pariahs. Through Guilliman's authority, a meeting was arranged under conditions of extreme secrecy. In a lead-lined, null-shielded chamber deep within the fortress of Hera, Tigurius came face to face with the antithesis of his own existence. They brought two subjects. The first was a captured civilian, a man whose Omega- gene had manifested late in life, leaving him a soulless husk whose mere presence curdled milk and drove his family to madness. He sat shivering in a containment field, a hole in the universe wearing a human face. The second was a clayed assassin of the Culexus Temple, a silent figure in a synth-skin suit, its helmet a horrifying skull visage with a single, massive optic. The moment the chamber's final blast door sealed, it happened. For a Psyker of Tigurius's magnitude, the universe was a symphony. He heard the faint chorus of souls across Ultramar, the psychic resonance of the stars, the distant, angry hum of the warp. It was the background radiation of his entire life. Now, it was gone. Not faded, but cut. It was a sudden, violent, and total sensory death. The silence was not peaceful. It was a crushing, aggressive pressure, an active force of negation that pushed against his soul. It was like being thrown into an ocean of static, a universe where the concept of signal had never existed. His foresight vanished. The branching paths of probability collapsed into a single, unknowable present. He was blind, deaf, and stripped of the very sense that defined him. He felt the psychic wards carved into his skull go inert. the runes tattooed on his skin turning cold as simple ink. For the first time since he was a child on Quintarn, he was psychically alone, and it was agonizing. But Tigurius was not a lesser Psyker to be driven to screaming madness. He was the chief librarian of the Ultramarines. He endured the spiritual amputation, and in that perfect, horrifying silence, his mind began to work. He analyzed the sensation. This was not merely the absence of the warp. It was a presence of its own, a mirror reality, a negative imprint. Where the warp was a roiling ocean of emotion and potential, this was a perfectly flat, perfectly still desert of absolute zero, an anti-warp, a fundamental void that had its own rules, its own existence defined by non-existence. And he realized that the pariahs were not just psychic blanks. They were conduits, living gateways to this realm of nothing. Days later, in his most private sanctum, he began the experiment. It was the most dangerous act of his life. He would not just resist the warp, he would attempt to channel its opposite. Reaching into the depths of his own power, he tried to replicate the sensation, to force a paradox into being. He focused his mind not on creation, but on uncreation. He tried to take a piece of his own psychic might and turn it inside out. The pressure in his skull became unbearable. Blood began to weep from his nose, his ears, his remaining eye. The air in the chamber grew cold, the light from the lumens seeming to bend away from him. He was trying to force a fundamental law of reality to break, to make a fire burn cold. For one terrifying moment, he felt his own soul begin to fray, to be unmade by the very force he was trying to summon. Then, with a final, silent scream of will, he succeeded. Hanging in the air before him was a perfect sphere of absolute blackness, no larger than his fist. It did not radiate darkness. It consumed light. It did not make a sound. It erased it. A servitor that drifted too close had its arm simply cease to be, vanishing without a trace. Tigurius had created a bubble of the anti-warp. He held it for 3 seconds before the strain became too much. The sphere collapsed, and the backlash slammed into him like a physical blow. His heart stopped. His brain hemorrhaged. He fell to the deck, his life saved only by the furious intervention of his transhuman biology. When he awoke, he knew he had changed. A junior librarian who came to his side flinched, not from the usual aura of overwhelming power, but from something new. There was a cold spot in Tigurius's presence now, a flicker in his psychic signature that felt like a hole in the world. He had become a living contradiction. He could now channel the fire of the warp and the ice of the void. He was no longer entirely of this reality. He had paid a price in his own nature, but he had forged a weapon against the impossible. He accepted the cost. Humanity's salvation would require him to become something other than human. The cost of his new power was a chilling clarity. The cold spot in Tigurius's psychic signature, the echo of the void he had summoned, now resonated with the great emptiness between the stars. Staring at a tactical display of the galaxy, at the encroaching tendrils of various hive fleets, a new and horrifying hypothesis began to form. A piece of logic as cold and absolute as the pariah null's gaze. The shadow in the warp. For millennia, the Imperium had viewed it as a weapon, a psychic smothering blanket the Tyranids used to blind their prey. But what if it wasn't a sword? What if it was a shield? The Tyranids were the ultimate survivors, a biological singularity that had consumed its way across the cosmic sea for unknowable eons. They had surely encountered other apex predators, other existential threats. If the darkness Tigurius perceived was truly ancient and galactic in scale, The hive mind would have met it before. It would have adapted. The shadow in the warp wasn't just a tool for conquest, it was a defense, a way of making its psychic presence so loud and chaotic that it became invisible to something that hunted in the silence. The Tyranids weren't just hungry, they were hiding. He knew what he had to do. The thought of it was a violation, a self-inflicted psychic trauma from which he might never recover. He would make contact with the hive mind again. Not by accident, not as a fleeting touch in the chaos of battle, but deliberately. He would plunge his consciousness into that alien ocean and demand an answer. The preparations were immense. The central librarium of the fortress of Hera was converted into a vast ritual chamber. Tigurius stood upon a dais of black marble, his body wired with 100 silver-sheathed diagnostic cables monitored by anxious tech priests. In a wide circle around him stood 50 of the Ultramarines' strongest librarians, their faces grim, their force staves grounded. They were not there to help him push. They were there to pull him back. They were his anchors, psychic lifelines to the shores of sanity. Apothecaries stood ready with stasis injectors and cardiostimulants, expecting his biology to simply fail. Even Gilliman was present, watching from a shadowed alcove, the concern on his Primarch's face, a silent testament to the monumental risk his chief librarian was about to undertake. Tigurius closed his eye. He let his consciousness expand, moving past the familiar hum of Macraga, beyond the psychic chorus of Ultramar. He reached out, his mind a silver arrow aimed at the nearest splinter of Hive Fleet Leviathan. He felt the familiar warmth of the Imperium, the distant whispers and screams of the warp. Then he hit the wall, the shadow. It was not a sound, but the violent death of it. A psychic pressure wave of pure static, a crushing, endless blizzard of anti-thought designed to shred any mind that entered it. Lesser Psykers would have been instantly erased, but Tigurius was no longer a lesser Psyker. He was a paradox. He focused on the cold void within himself, the pariah wound he had carved into his soul. He did not fight the static. He became it. He found the seams in the silence, the fractures in the null field, and slipped through. He was in. He was adrift in an intelligence so vast it defied comprehension. It was an ocean of pure, unified instinct. A quadrillion hungers. A quadrillion drives to kill, to consume, to replicate, all bound into a single, remorseless will. There was no ego, no personality. There was only the hive mind. It noticed his presence, a microscopic foreign body in its infinite self. But this time, Tigurius did not recoil. He held his ground and posed his question. He could not use words. The hive mind had no concept of language, so he communicated in pure, raw concepts. He projected the image of the black sphere he had created, the perfect nothingness. He linked it to the sensation of the assassin's attack, the feeling of uncreation. Then he broadcast the most primal concept of all, fear. And then a query. What do you flee from? The response was not a thought. It was a data torrent, a memory forced directly into his consciousness. He saw a galaxy, not their own, but a brilliant spiral of ancient blue-white stars. Then he watched it die. A section of the spiral arm simply vanished. There was no explosion, no flash of light, no expanding nova. The stars did not die. They ceased to have ever been. It was as if a cosmic artist was taking an eraser to the canvas of reality. Another patch of the galaxy winked out. A nebula unraveled into blankness. The process was cold, silent, and absolute. And within that shared memory, Tigurius felt the hive mind's core directive, its response to this phenomenon. It was not panic. It was a cold, galactic-scale calculation. This region is no longer viable. The harvest is compromised. Avoid, adapt, move on. Even the great devourer, the ultimate consumer of life, ran from this. It did not fight it. It did not try to consume it. It fled. Because this new thing did not kill, it erased. The connection shattered. The hive mind expelled him with the force of a psychic meteor. He was hurled back across the void, slamming into his physical body so hard the marble dais cracked beneath him. The 50 librarians cried out as the feedback surge lashed them, their psychic anchors snapping. Tigurius's hearts fibrillated. Alarms blared. He awoke gasping, his single eye wide not with pain, but with a new and profound species of terror. He had his answer. The Tyranids were not the ultimate threat. They were just the ones running ahead of the storm. The terror of the hive mind's memory clung to him like a shroud. In the absolute silence of his meditation chamber, deep within the fortress of Hera, Varro Tigurius sought a stillness that would not come. The vision of a galaxy being erased, of stars winking out of existence, played over and over behind his closed eye. He had touched the mind of the great devourer, and found not malice, but fear. A cold, calculating fear that had sent it fleeing across the void for eons. And now, that same fear was his. He drew a breath, the recycled air tasting of ozone and latent power, and tried to ground himself in the familiar psychic hum of Macragge. But the hum was gone. In its place was something else. It was not a sound or a presence that arrived, but one that had always been there, suddenly revealed. A gravitational center of psychic energy so vast it warped the very fabric of the Imperium around it. It was the feeling of standing on a pebble and suddenly realizing the pebble was on a mountain, and the mountain was the world. This was not chaos, with its screaming, selfish hunger. It was not the cold, unified static of the Tyranids or the elegant, sorrowful light of the Eldari. This was human. Impossibly, incomprehensibly ancient and powerful, but human at its core. It was a sun of pure consciousness, shattered but still burning with unimaginable intensity. His own mind, a formidable fortress that had withstood demon primarchs and the shadow in the warp, was an open book before it. The presence did not speak. It could not. 10,000 years of agony on the golden throne had fractured its ability to form coherent thought. Instead, communication came as a torrent of fractured images, of pure conceptual data infused with an iron will that had held a galaxy together. Tigurius saw flashes of Terra before the Imperium, of techno-barbarians battling in radioactive dust under a red sky. He felt the ambition of a being who looked upon a scattered, dying humanity and saw the potential for a galactic empire. He witnessed a pact made in a gateway of fire, a bargain for knowledge and power, not with chaos, but through it. He saw the blueprint for the Primarchs, not as sons, but as instruments. And then the vision turned to him. He saw his own lineage, a thin, unremarkable thread stretching back through millennia. But a golden light pulsed along it, a latent potential carefully seeded, cultivated and monitored across 100 generations. He saw his birth on Quintarn, not as a random event, but as a planned outcome. His psychic awakening, his recruitment, his unprecedented growth. None of it was chance. It was engineering. The Emperor had been aware of the approaching darkness since before humanity had left its cradle. The Great Crusade, the Webway Project, the Imperium itself, all of it was a defense. And when those defenses failed, there were others, contingencies, weapons left to mature in secret. Tigurius was one of those weapons. His ability to see what others could not, his resilience against the hive mind, his very existence was a design. A shiver of violation ran through him, colder than any pariah's gaze. His entire life, his struggles, his triumphs, had been orchestrated by a silent, broken god on a distant throne. He was not a person. He was a project reaching its final stage of development. The honor of the revelation was inseparable from the horror of it. He was a sword that had been forged for 10,000 years, and he had never even known his master's hand. The storm of fractured images ceased. The overwhelming presence gathered itself for one final focused transmission. A single perfect concept burned itself into Tigurius's mind, a vision of absolute clarity. He saw the enemy, the silent, spreading nothingness that erased reality. And against it he saw a blade of pure psychic light, a weapon of impossible brightness forged from will alone, and it cut through the darkness. The message, the command, was not spoken, but it was absolute. This was his purpose. This was the function for which he was made. The presence receded, returning to its silent vigil on Terra, leaving Tigurius alone in his chamber. He opened his eye, the physical one, and stared at his own hands. The hands of a librarian, a scholar, a warrior. The hands of a weapon. The terror of what was coming remained, but it was no longer a paralyzing fog. It was a whetstone. The Emperor's whisper had given him not comfort, but a terrible and simple choice. Become the weapon fully, or humanity falls. The Emperor's whisper had left a scar on his soul, a brand of purpose that burned brighter than any physical wound. But with purpose came a price. The power that had been cultivated within him for millennia, now fully acknowledged, began to grow with a terrifying, cancerous speed. Tigurius felt it not as a surge of strength, but as a slow, inexorable self-immolation. His own body was becoming the casualty of his potential. He would be deep in meditation, charting the currents of fate, when a sudden, blinding pain would erupt behind his eye. Not the physical one, but the psychic orb that had replaced it. His augmented hearts would fall out of sync, hammering against his ribs like panicked birds in a cage. He felt his own neural pathways fraying, burning out like overloaded circuits, taking with them small fragments of his memory. The taste of water on Quintarn, the name of a battle brother he'd fought beside a century ago. His physical form, the pinnacle of Astartes engineering, was failing to contain the sheer energy of the being it housed. The diagnosis, when it came, was a formality. He stood in the sterile white of the apothecarian, surrounded by the greatest medical minds and tech priests in Ultramar. Auspex scanners whirred, their cogitator spirits chanting binary hymns of decay. A senior apothecary, his face a mask of professional gravity, gestured to a holographic display showing Tigurius's own failing biology. The psychic load is causing systemic cellular degradation, the apothecary stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Your organs are under a constant state of siege. The succinate membrane is attempting to compensate, but it's like trying to patch a starship's hull with flak weave. At the current rate of acceleration, without radical intervention— A tech priest finished the thought, its voice a synthesized rasp. Conclusion. Functional lifespan estimated at 9.7 standard Terran years. This prognosis assumes no further exponential power growth. They offered solutions, of course. Psychic dampeners surgically implanted into his cerebral cortex. Stasis cycles to slow the degradation. treatments that would reduce his connection to the warp, diminish his abilities, and grant him another century or two of life. They offered him survival. Tigurius looked at them, his gaze seeing not just the men before him, but the 1,000 different futures their suggestions would create. In every timeline where he accepted, where he chose a longer life with lesser power, he saw the same outcome: a galaxy consumed by silent, encroaching nothingness. His choice was not a choice at all. It was a mathematical certainty. "I will not be diminished," he said, his voice quiet but absolute. "Thank you for your analysis." He turned and left the apothecarian, leaving the Imperium's finest healers to stare at the ghost of a man who had just signed his own death warrant. He spent the next weeks in the Librarium, not in despair, but in preparation. His life was now a finite resource, and he would spend it with the same ruthless efficiency he applied to a battle plan. He dictated his knowledge into psychocrystalline data prisms, his voice a steady monotone as he recorded forbidden histories, combat doctrines against psychic horrors, and the terrifying truth of what he had learned from the Emperor and the hive mind. He was creating a legacy, a weapon for those who would come after. One evening, a young lexicanum named Lycaon sought him out. The youth was powerful, brilliant, and terrified of the visions that plagued his sleep. A mirror of Vero, 4 centuries ago. Lycaon confessed his fear that the power was a curse, a madness that would one day consume him. Tigurius placed a hand on the young librarian's shoulder, the gesture feeling ancient and heavy. For the first time in decades, he didn't read the boy's mind or see his future. He just listened. When Lycaon finished, Tigurius's voice was softer than anyone had heard it in years. "Power is a tool, Lycaon, not a treasure," he said, his gaze distant. "We are not defined by its magnitude, but by its application. You are measured by what you build with it, not by how much of it you possess. Do not fear the storm. Learn to be the eye within it." As the young librarian left, a flicker of something akin to peace settled over Tigurius. Perhaps this was the true purpose, not just to be a weapon, but to forge others. The moment was shattered by a psychic blast that ripped through the librarium's wards. It was not an attack, but a summons. An astropathic cry of such urgency and authority, it could only have come from one source. Across the void, Guilliman was returning, and the message, seared into the minds of every Psyker on Macraga, carried a single electrifying concept. A weapon had been found. The Primarch was coming home, and he needed his chief librarian at his side for the war that was to come. The countdown had begun. The summons had been a psychic shock wave, a command that brooked no delay. Tigurius found himself standing beside Rabauta Guilliman in a place few in the galaxy knew existed. It was a chamber buried in the deepest heart of the Fortress of Hera, a sanctum sealed from the universe by more than just adamantium and rock. The air itself was dead, stripped of all psychic resonance by overlapping null fields and layers of hexagrammic wards that glowed with a faint, silvery light. To Tigurius, it felt like standing at the bottom of a deep ocean, the pressure of utter silence, a physical weight against his mind. Here, not even the whispers of the warp could penetrate. Guilliman stood before a monolithic slab of black, unidentifiable stone. He did not speak for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the polished surface. The Primarch's presence was a strange void in Tigurius's perception, a mind of immense power, yet shielded by the Emperor's own genetic architecture. He was a mountain whose peak was perpetually wreathed in storm clouds. For 10,000 years, I believed my father's greatest work was the Primarch Project, Guilliman began, his voice a low baritone that seemed to be absorbed by the silent room. I was wrong. His greatest work was never finished. With a gesture, the Primarch activated the slab. It shimmered, and a three-dimensional schematic bloomed in the air between them. It was a design of breathtaking complexity, a fusion of technology and esoterica that defied easy classification. It depicted a vast orbital lattice, but its conduits were not for plasma or power. They were channels for psychic energy. Arcane symbols pulsed alongside diagrams of phase generators and reality anchors. It was a machine the size of a small moon, and its purpose was so audacious, so impossibly grand, that Tigurius felt a tremor of awe. He stepped closer, his mind reaching out, not just looking, but perceiving. He felt the echoes of the intellect that had conceived it, the Emperor's own mind, a presence like a dying star, still radiating immense power and a chilling, inhuman pragmatism. This was no mere weapon. It was a shield, a psychic barrier on a galactic scale, designed to isolate a vast swathe of real space from the influence of the warp and any other hostile psychic phenomena. He called it the Aegis Imperia, Guilliman said, a project begun during the Great Crusade, intended to be the final guarantor of humanity's psychic evolution, a shield for the cradle. It was abandoned during the heresy. The components were scattered, the knowledge purged. Tigurius's mind raced, tracing the flow of power through the holographic design. He saw the network of collector arrays designed to draw power from thousands, tens of thousands of Psykers simultaneously, astropaths, sanctioned seers, librarians from 100 chapters. He saw how their collective will would be gathered, focused, and amplified into a single, stable, permanent field. And then he saw the flaw, the central nexus, the focal point through which every iota of that unimaginable power had to pass. "It cannot work," Tigurius stated, the words flat in the dead air. No conduit could withstand that load. The psychic feedback from so many minds, even in harmony, would create a paradox storm. It would vaporize any matrix, organic or crystalline, used to focus it. Guilliman did not turn. His eyes remained fixed on the glowing heart of the schematic. The Emperor did not design a machine with a missing part, Varro. He designed the machine, and he forged the key. And in that instant, Tigurius understood. The Emperor's whisper, the centuries of guided evolution, the power that grew when all logic said it should have consumed him. His gaze fell upon the technical specifications for the central conduit, the living lens, the required psychic power rating, the unique neural architecture needed to process contradictory inputs, the inherent ability to both channel and negate psychic energy. It was not a description of a theoretical component. It was a perfect, terrifyingly accurate description of him. He was not a seer who had discovered a weapon. He was the weapon. He was the key, forged over millennia, for a lock built 10,000 years ago. All of it, his life, his pain, his power, had been for this. To be the lens, to focus a light bright enough to hold back the eternal dark. His foresight, clear and cold as ever, showed him the final truth. He ran the calculation in the space of a single, silent heartbeat. He saw himself integrated into the device, felt the torrent of 1,000,000 souls pouring through his consciousness. He saw the Aegis flare to life, a golden dawn pushing back the encroaching nothingness. And he saw his own mind, his very being, burn away in that fire, annihilated by the sheer force of its passage. To activate the shield was to cease to exist. The weapon was salvation, and the price was suicide. The schematic of the Aegis Imperia pulsed in the dead air of the sanctum, a monument to his own impending death. For the first time in centuries, Varro Tigurius felt truly, utterly alone. The null-field chamber, once a sanctuary from the endless psychic noise of the galaxy, was now a tomb. The silence pressed in, no longer peaceful, but suffocating. He was a weapon, forged for a single purpose, and that purpose was to be fired once before shattering into oblivion. He had spent 400 years accepting the abstract notion of sacrifice. He had sent countless men to their deaths based on the cold calculus of his foresight. He had watched his mentor burn his own soul to seal a warp rift. He had always understood the price. But this was different. This was not a death in the heat of battle, a possibility among many. This was a certainty, a final scheduled act of self-annihilation designed 10,000 years ago by his own god. He sank to his knees, his ceramite boots making no sound on the floor. He tried to meditate, to find the disciplined core of his will that had held against demon primarchs and the hive mind. But there was no center to be found. His mind, his greatest asset, was now his tormentor. The futures crashed into him, no longer distant probabilities, but visceral, personal experiences. He saw the first path, refusal. He saw himself turning away from the aegis, choosing his own life. The vision was not of fire and battle, but of a creeping, silent cold. He felt the light of a star on his face, and then he felt nothing. The star had not exploded. It had simply ceased to be. He saw worlds, fleets, entire sectors of the Imperium not fall, but get erased, like a scribe wiping a slate clean. The psychic death scream of humanity wasn't a scream at all. It was a sudden, absolute silence that was infinitely more horrifying. He recoiled from that vision and fell into the other. Acceptance. He saw himself step into the heart of the machine. He felt the minds of 10,000 Psykers pour into him, a river of raw consciousness. The power was ecstatic, agonizing. He became the conduit, and the aegis flared to life. A wave of golden reality pushing back the encroaching void. And then he felt his own mind begin to fray, his identity unraveling under the strain. He was torn apart, not into pieces, but into threads, woven into the fabric of the barrier itself. He became a silent, screaming awareness stretched across 1,000,000 light-years, alone, for an eternity. He sought counsel. First, from Chaplain Cassius, the master of sanctity. Cassius listened patiently, his skull helm impassive. To die in service to the Emperor is to live forever in his light, the chaplain declared, his voice resonating with unshakable faith. Yours would be the most glorious death in the history of the chapter, my lord. A sacrifice to save all of humanity. Tigurius looked at the chaplain and saw only the end of a flowchart. Cassius offered the comfort of dogma, a pre-written eulogy. It was meaningless. He needed a different perspective. Reaching out with his mind, he sought a consciousness he had touched before, in moments of shared crisis, an ancient Eldar farseer from a distant craft world. The contact was like grasping a handful of shattered crystal, alien, sharp, and impossibly old. He did not send words, only the pure concept of his dilemma. The two paths, erasure or self-annihilation. The farseer's response was not an answer, but a vision. It showed him Eldar seers of ages past, facing their own dire choices, becoming wraith-bone constructs, their souls entombed to guide their people. Then, the farseer's thoughts coalesced into a single, cutting paradox. The futures you see are the futures of least resistance. One is the coward's path. The other is the martyr's. Both are simple. Both are endings. A true seer does not choose a path. They forge one. To do so requires becoming more than what you are. The thought struck Tigurius with the force of a physical blow. Becoming more. He had spent his life trying to control his power, to contain it, to keep it from destroying him. He had never considered that the answer was to unleash it, to become its absolute master. The Emperor was a geneticist, a planner, a master of systems. He would not forge a single-use key if a permanent one was possible. The design wasn't flawed. His understanding of it was. He would not die. He would not be a martyr. He would be the weapon, and he would endure being fired. He would complete the mission, and he would survive to face the next one. A new resolve, cold and hard as diamond, settled in his soul. He would find the survival mechanism the Emperor must have built into his very genes. He would unlock it. He rose to his feet and strode from the chamber, his purpose clear. He sought out Guilliman, his eyes burning with a light the Primarch had never seen before. "I will be the conduit," Tigurius said, his voice devoid of any doubt. "But I will not be the sacrifice. The Emperor built me to endure. To unlock that potential, I require access to the most forbidden knowledge in the Imperium. I need the gene lore from the Emperor's private laboratories. I need to go to Terra." The journey to Terra was a pilgrimage into the heart of a psychic hurricane. For 4 centuries, Varro Tigurius had shielded his mind from the galaxy's ambient noise, but the throne world was a maelstrom. The psychic emanations of a quadrillion souls, living and dead, pressed in on him. The faith, fear, and devotion of 10,000 years had saturated the very rock of the planet, creating a psychic gravity that would have crushed a lesser Psyker's consciousness into dust. He walked through the halls of the Imperial Palace, a ghost moving through a city of ghosts, his own power a silent void in the storm. His guide was not a serf or a scribe, but a single, silent custodian, his auramite armor a beacon of sovereign duty. Not a word was exchanged. The gilded giant led him past kilometers of sacred halls and into the deep strata of the palace, to vaults that predated the Imperium itself. The air grew cold, the psychic noise fading not to silence, but to a focused, thrumming hum, the sound of forbidden secrets kept under unimaginable pressure. They stopped before a door of seamless adamantium, a door that did not appear on any official schematic of the palace. It was a place that, by imperial decree, did not exist. Inside, the archives were not rooms of scrolls and data slates, but a morgue of failed ambition. Crystalline memory cores, biostasis sarcophagi, and psychoreactive metallic codices lay in ordered rows. These were the records of the Emperor's most dangerous work, the creation of stable, loyal, Alpha-plus Psykers. Tigurius reached out, his bare hand touching the cold surface of a crystal lattice. The past flooded him. He saw a young woman on a forgotten colony world, her eyes glowing with nascent power, her mind a supernova of potential. He felt her hope, her pride at being chosen. Then he felt the experiment begin. He felt the surge of engineered power, the brief moment of godhood, and then the agonizing, shattering collapse as her own soul turned against her, devouring her from the inside out. Her psychic death scream echoed in his mind, a sound of pure, undiluted failure. He moved to the next artifact, and the next. The story was always the same. Dozens of subjects, dozens of bloodlines cultivated for generations, all ending in madness, mutation, or spectacular self-destruction. Then he found it, a data codex, ancient and cold, containing a list of bloodlines designated for long-term, low-intervention monitoring. He ran his fingers over the etched names, his mind tracing their psychic history across the millennia. And there, near the end of the list, was a name from an agri-world called Quintarn, Varro. The realization was not a hot shock of anger, but a wave of absolute freezing cold. He was not Varro Tigurius, son of farmers, chosen by fate. He was Project Varro, a component, cultivated and refined over 100 generations, his entire existence a meticulously planned experiment. His abilities, his pain, his triumphs, they were not his own. They were data points in a 10,000-year-old research program. He was a tool, waiting to be picked up. But as he reeled from this truth, his prescient mind sensed something deeper, a layer of information deliberately hidden beneath the records of failure. The Emperor was not a fool. He would not build a weapon designed to break on its first use. Pushing past the psychic echoes of death, Tigurius found a fragmented data ghost, a sliver of the Emperor's own research notes. The notes spoke of survival, of enduring impossible energies. They spoke of dormant genetic triggers, survival mechanisms buried deep within the psychic genome. And then he found the key, a single, heavily encrypted reference to a place and a time, Molech, before the heresy. A moment when the Emperor himself had entered the warp, faced the primordial annihilator, and emerged with the power to forge demigods. The notes were fractured, but the implication was terrifyingly clear. The dormant adaptations in Tigurius's own DNA were not designed to be activated by careful training or technological interface. They were a trauma response system. They were designed to activate only under the same conditions the Emperor himself had faced: direct, unshielded exposure to the foundational chaos of the Imperium. Tigurius stepped back from the Codex, the truth settling upon him like a death shroud. He didn't need to make a bargain with dark gods, but he had to replicate the journey. He had to undergo a trial that would break any sane mind. A spiritual agony so profound it would force his very soul to rewrite its own rules of existence. He had to experience something worse than the hive mind's hunger, worse than a demon primarch's hatred, worse than the visions of his own death. To survive being the weapon, he first had to survive the forge, and he would have to walk into its flames willingly. To become a weapon capable of saving existence, Varro Tigurius first had to be broken upon the anvil of hell. The decision was made not in a war council, but in the silent solitude of his meditation chamber deep within the fortress of Hera. He was not preparing for a battle. He was preparing for a ritual of self-immolation, an act of such profound heresy and suicidal recklessness that any other librarian would be executed for merely conceiving it. He spent his final hours in methodical preparation. Into a crystalline memory psalter, he dictated his last will, a comprehensive archive of every vision, every tactical calculation, every secret he had ever learned. He established a network of psychic anchors across Ultramar, entrusting a dozen of his most powerful librarians with the task of holding a single thread of his consciousness, a lifeline back to reality, should he find the will to grasp it. They did not know the full nature of his mission. They only knew their chief librarian was attempting something beyond the limits of their understanding, and they obeyed. His last meeting was with the Primarch. Robute Guilliman stood in the chamber's archway, his sheer physical presence a rebuke to the insanity of the plan. The Lord of Ultramar did not understand the esoteric secrets of the Psyker, but he understood risk. And this was a risk he could not sanction. "You are the single most valuable psychic asset in the Imperium," Guilliman stated, his voice a low rumble of controlled fury. You would throw that away on a theoretical outcome based on fragmented data from a madman's notes? Tigurius met his Primarch's gaze. For the first time, he did not try to read the futures branching from this conversation. He simply spoke the truth. That madman was your father. He designed me for a purpose. The records show that purpose requires a key I do not yet possess. This is the only way to forge it. There is always another way, Guilliman countered, taking a step forward. A tactical solution, a more prudent path. This is suicide, Varro. No, my lord, Tigurius said, his voice quiet but absolute. Suicide is facing the coming darkness as I am now. You need me to survive what is coming, and right now, I cannot. With that, he closed his eyes. Guilliman saw the air around his chief librarian begin to shimmer, the psychic pressure in the room becoming a physical weight. The Primarch took an involuntary step back, recognizing the finality of the moment. He was a master of logistics, of armies, of empires. But this was a war fought in a realm beyond his command. Tigurius let go. He severed the tethers to his physical form, casting his consciousness out from his body, out from the fortress of Hera, out from Macragge itself. He did not use a ship's Geller field or a navigator's path. He simply plunged headfirst into the raw, screaming chaos of the Imperium. The assault was instantaneous. It was not an attack. It was a reality. He was a single drop of order in an infinite ocean of pandemonium, and the ocean sought to dissolve him. The whispers of a billion demons tore at his sanity. The fury of Khorne descended, seeking to drown him in bloodlust, to make him fight until his spirit shattered. The cloying embrace of Nurgle offered an end to pain through blissful decay, a sweet, rotting oblivion. The labyrinthine schemes of Tzeentch coiled around his thoughts, promising infinite knowledge in exchange for a single moment of doubt. And the siren call of Slaanesh offered every pleasure, every sensation, every escape from the agony he was enduring. He fought. For a subjective eternity, he fought. He felt his mind being flayed, his memories burned away, his very identity unraveled thread by thread. He died 1,000 times. He was torn apart by fanged impossibilities and reassembled himself through sheer, stubborn will. He was consumed by psychic fire and smothered the flames with the ice of his discipline. Time ceased to have meaning. He existed for a day, a year, a millennium in that roiling hell, holding on to a single anchoring thought. I must endure. And in the deepest crucible of that suffering, when all that was Varro Tigurius was about to be extinguished forever, something answered. Deep within his spiritual DNA, the Emperor's last gambit activated. The trauma response system fired. The dormant adaptations, forged in the echo of a god's own trial, awoke. The fire did not extinguish him. It tempered him. His soul, stretched to the breaking point, did not snap. It was reborn, annealed in the heart of chaos, becoming something harder, colder, and terrifyingly new. He was no longer just a man resisting the warp. He had learned its language. He had become a part of it. For a full minute, the chamber was still. The psychic anchors held by a dozen librarians across Ultramar, once taut threads of hope, went slack. Then they ignited. A psychic backlash erupted from the spot where Tigurius had been, a silent scream of power that cracked the adamantium floor and sent servitors collapsing in showers of sparks. Roboute Guilliman shielded his eyes as reality buckled. In the epicenter of the disturbance, air condensed into a human form, solidifying from shimmering heat haze into flesh and ceramite. Varro Tigurius stood once more in the fortress of Hera, but it was not the same man who had left. His armor was frosted with a thin layer of impossible geometry, patterns that shifted and writhed at the edge of vision. His face was gaunt, aged 1,000 years, and none at all. Where his right eye had been, there was now only a swirling vortex of purple and gold light, an orb of pure psychic energy that saw things beyond the material realm. His very skin seemed to have thinned, becoming a semi-translucent veil over a network of pulsing internal light. The veins in his arms and neck no longer carried blood. They carried starlight. Chapter serfs cried out and fell back, their minds recoiling from a presence that was both holy and profane. Even the battle brothers of the Victrix Guard, giants encased in blessed plate, felt a primal unease, their hands tightening on their weapons. The air grew cold, tasting of ozone and the void between stars. Guilliman took a single heavy step forward. Varro? The being that was Tigurius turned its head. The burning orb of its eye fixed upon the Primarch. When it spoke, the voice was a chilling chorus, a harmony of his own familiar tone, the whisper of dead stars and the grinding of tectonic plates. "I am here, my lord." The affirmation was cut short by a shriek from the chamber's entrance. An astropath, his face a mask of terror and his eyes bleeding, staggered into the room clutching a scroll. "A message from Terra, Lord Inquisitor Mensk of the Ordo Hereticus. He senses an abomination." The astropath collapsed, his mind burned to ash by the message he carried. The scroll fell open. It was a death warrant. By order of the High Lords, the entity standing in the fortress of Hera was declared excommunicate traitorous, a being of profound corruption to be purged with extreme prejudice. Tigurius did not even glance at the dead messenger. He looked past Guilliman at the assembled librarians and captains. He saw their fear, their doubt, their suspicion. He knew words would be useless. The Inquisition was right to fear him. He was no longer just a servant of the Imperium. He had become something it could not control. So he did not speak. He acted. He raised a hand, and the light in his veins flared. He reached into the minds of every soul in the chamber, from the Primarch himself to the lowest menial. He did not ask for permission. He simply opened a door in their consciousness and showed them. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, they were no longer on Macragge. They were adrift in the cold, silent dark. They saw it. The enemy. It was not a fleet or an army. It was a patch of anti-existence, a hole in the fabric of what is. And from it, they saw the truth. They saw a vast, spiral galaxy teeming with life, and they watched as the Tyrannid hive fleets descended upon it. But the Tyrannids were not the hunters. They were the hunted. Behind the swarms, driving them, herding them like panicked beasts, was the silent, patient pressure of the nothing. The Tyrannids were not fleeing. They were being used. They were the vanguard, the celestial locusts sent to chew through a galaxy's defenses, to consume its biomass, to weaken its reality before the true harvest. The shadow in the warp was not a weapon. It was the psychic shadow of a predator so vast it cast its shade across galaxies. The vision ended. Every man in the room gasped, falling to his knees. Guilliman himself staggered, his hand on the hilt of the Emperor's sword, his face pale with a horror he had not known since the heresy. He looked at the changed librarian, at the being who had walked through hell and returned with its map. The death warrant lay forgotten on the floor. All that mattered was the truth he had just been shown. "It is already here," Tigurius's choral voice stated, cutting through the stunned silence. It has been here for millions of years, waiting in the quiet places, watching us. Everything that has happened, the wars, the consumption, the slow decay, has been preparation for one singular event. The complete and total erasure of this reality. Gilliman looked up, his eyes filled with the terrible weight of this final revelation. How long? The psychic orb that was Tigurius's eye seemed to narrow, calculating timelines beyond mortal ken. We have less than a year. The time for debate was over. The truth, in its all-consuming horror, had been revealed. Now came the impossible task: to make a galaxy at war with itself turn and face the true abyss. From the heart of the fortress of Hera, Varro Tigurius, the being who was once a man, began his work. He no longer needed astropaths or voxcasters. The galaxy itself had become his choir. He closed his physical eye, and the burning orb of psychic light in his right socket blazed with incandescence. His consciousness detached from his crystalline form, shedding the confines of space and time. He reached out, not as a librarian sending a message, but as a fundamental force imposing its will upon the psychic fabric of reality. Miles away, on the bridge of the Phalanx, Chapter Master Tor Garadon of the Imperial Fists stood over a tactical display of the Sol System's defenses. Suddenly, the air grew cold. The low hum of the ship's engines seemed to fall silent. A voice, a chorus of grinding worlds and starlight, spoke not in his ear, but in the center of his mind. Chapter Master of the Imperial Fists, I am Varro Tigurius. Look. Garadon grunted, his hand flying to his sidearm, but it was too late. The vision slammed into him, the silent, patient nothingness herding the tyrannid swarms, the galaxy being prepared for a harvest of erasure. He saw Terra, his sacred charge, not burning, but simply ceasing to be. He staggered back, the vision fading, leaving the taste of ash and oblivion in his soul. The voice returned, softer now, a razor-sharp whisper. The walls you build cannot stop this. But we can build a shield. I need your aid. Across the galaxy, the scene repeated. On the volcanic world of Nocturne, Chapter Master Tushan of the Salamanders received the vision while forging a new power hammer. He saw the faces of Imperial citizens not dying in fire, but vanishing into cold emptiness. The hammer fell from his grip, his purpose clarified in an instant. The Salamanders would not allow humanity to be extinguished so quietly. In the depths of the rock, the secretive masters of the Dark Angels felt the psychic intrusion. They saw the vision and recognized a truth they had long understood. Some threats are so ancient and so absolute, they exist beyond the comprehension of lesser minds. The unforgiven would answer the call, and on Titan, the Grand Masters of the Grey Knights, humanity's ultimate weapon against the demonic, felt Tigurius's touch. They saw a foe that could unmake even the chaos gods they were sworn to fight. Their entire existence was a preparation for a final war. They had simply been mistaken about the enemy. But for every soul who listened, 10 refused. In the forges of Medusa, the Chapter Master of the Iron Hands felt the psychic contact and violently rejected it, roaring that flesh was weak and such visions were a product of its failings. On 100 fronts, Imperial Guard generals, bogged down in wars of attrition against orcs and heretics, dismissed the warnings as a Psyker's delusion. They had real enemies to fight. They had no time for ghosts. The resistance was not always born of disbelief. Some, like the inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus, saw Tigurius's transformed state and his message as two sides of the same coin, a new, insidious form of chaotic corruption. They began marshalling forces not to help, but to destroy him. Tigurius felt every rejection, every flicker of doubt, but he did not falter. He was a variable in an equation of survival, and he focused on those who would listen. To the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars, he sent not just the vision, but the fragmented schematics of the Emperor's device, pulled from the deepest recesses of his own engineered mind. The Fabricator General, a being more machine than man, processed the data. The logic was sound. The threat calculus was absolute. The project was sanctioned. A desperate scavenger hunt across the Imperium began. A rogue trader dynasty was diverted from its trade routes, sent on a high-speed burn to a dead star system to retrieve a focusing crystal the size of a land raider, an artifact left by a species that had died 1,000,000 years before humanity's birth. On the penal world of Strafen, 1,000 Psykers were rounded up, not for sacrifice, but to begin the arduous process of psychic attunement, their minds destined to become living batteries. From the sealed vaults of Terra itself, Guilliman's authority forced the release of technologies that predated the Imperium, components for a machine that was never meant to be built. In a secured chamber on Macraga, a chronometer began its countdown. 3 months. 3 months until the device could be assembled and activated. 3 months to prepare for the end of all things. But the nothingness was not idle. It felt the preparations. It felt the mind of Tigurius, a beacon of defiance shining against its encroaching void. At the galaxy's edge, the silent advance quickened. A report reached Guilliman from an astropathic relay station on the fringe of the Segmentum Pacificus. A choir of 100 seers had gone silent, not with a death scream, but with a sudden, complete psychic absence. The last fragment of their final message was a single, terrifying image. The stars were going out. The countdown was no longer accurate. The enemy was coming. Now. The forge world of Xylos was a monument to imperial industry, its surface a crust of manufactorums and smog-choked spires that clawed at a sky perpetually stained rust-red. But as the ultramarines' strike force descended, an unnatural silence greeted them. The rhythmic thunder of continent-sized piston hammers was gone. The roar of 1,000,000,000 furnaces was absent. Xylos was dead quiet, a corpse world that didn't yet know it had expired. At their head stood Varo Tigurius, a figure of awe and disquiet. His transformed body, semi-translucent and veined with light, seemed to absorb the forge world's gloom. The strange readings that had drawn them here were not spikes of energy, but the opposite. A drain, a sinkhole in reality itself. A growing zone of absolute cold that registered on no thermal scanner. He led his warriors into the heart of a vast, silent foundry, the air still and heavy. It was a veteran sergeant who saw it first. He stopped, his gaze fixed on the heavens through a gaping hole in the foundry's roof. My lords, the stars. They all looked up. Against the bruised twilight of the alien sky, the pinpricks of distant suns were vanishing. Not fading, not exploding in silent novas, but being extinguished. A constellation that had guided voidfarers in this sector for millennia was being unpicked, star by star, like threads from a tapestry. In their place, there was not the familiar black of the void. There was nothing. It was an absence so profound, it was a physical presence, a hole in the universe that the mind refused to process. It was the color of forgetting. From this wound in existence, they emerged. They had no shape, only the effect of their presence. They were shimmering patches of distortion, like heat haze over asphalt, but they radiated a bone-deep cold. Where they moved, reality frayed. The reinforced plasteel of the foundry floor buckled and dissolved into a fine gray mist that was not there. They were walking, gliding holes in the world, their forms defined only by the reality they were unmaking. The ultramarines reacted with the brutal efficiency of their calling. Bolters roared, filling the cavernous space with holy thunder. The explosive shells flew true, passing directly through the shimmering forms and vanishing without detonation. A devastator fired a lascannon, its incandescent beam a lance of pure energy. The beam struck one of the entities and was simply swallowed, its light extinguished as if it had never been. A lexiconum in Tigurius's retinue, his face pale with terror, raised his hands. He unleashed a torrent of psychic force, a blast of lightning that should have torn a lesser demon apart. The entity he targeted seemed to solidify for a horrifying instant, its form becoming more defined as it fed on the raw empiric energy. It grew stronger. "No!" Tigurius's voice was a chorus of grinding realities. He stepped forward, his one physical eye shut, the psychic orb in his other socket blazing with impossible light. He did not unleash power. He reached out with his own altered nature, his own partial unreality, and touched the enemy. It was not an attack. It was a contradiction. He imposed the fact of his existence upon its fundamental non-existence. The creature of nothingness shuddered violently. It frayed at the edges, its form dissolving not into oblivion, but back into the greater void from which it had been born. Tigurius staggered, a flicker of transparency washing over his own hand. It had cost him. A battle brother, Sergeant Alcaeus, was cut off. A tendril of shimmering absence drifted towards him. He raised his bolter, defiant to the end. The tendril touched his shoulder pauldron. There was no sound, no explosion, no scream. The blue ceramite simply ceased to be, flaking away into motes of non-matter. The unraveling spread across Alcaeus's body in a silent, horrifying wave. His flesh, his bones, his centuries of service and honor, all were unwritten from the book of existence in less than a second. The Marine next to him, Brother Sergeant Remus, turned to shout his name. But the name was gone. A profound confusion crossed Remus's face. He knew a brother had stood there moments before. He could feel the empty space in the squad's formation. But who? The face? The name? 200 years of shared campaigns from the fires of Armageddon to the fields of Ultramar. All of it had been erased from his mind, from history itself. Tigurius saw it all. This was not a battle. This was an extermination of the very concept of his soldiers. "Fall back!" he roared, the command echoing with the weight of absolute authority. "To the Thunderhawk! Now!" He became the rearguard. As the entities drifted forward, he did not erect barriers of force or fire. He threw up walls of ontological friction, zones of pure, defiant reality that grated against the nothingness. The air screamed as existence and erasure ground against each other. He could feel the enemy's proximity abrading him, scraping away at his own being, flaking off memories of his childhood on Quintarn, the taste of his first nutrient paste as a neophyte, the name of his first kill. He was sacrificing pieces of himself, slivers of his soul, to buy his men a few precious seconds. They scrambled aboard the gunship, its engines roaring to life. As they ascended, they looked down. The forge world was being consumed. The great spires and foundries were not crumbling. They were being deleted, leaving behind a spreading, perfect circle of absolute void. They had seen the enemy, and they knew, with a certainty that froze the soul, that knowing might not be enough. In the void surrounding the star system of Chthoniya, history, held its breath. For the first time since the Horus heresy, the might of the Imperium was gathered not for conquest, but for survival. Fleets from dozens of Space Marine chapters, their colors a defiant tapestry against the black, flew in disciplined formation. The Imperial fists, grim and resolute. The Blood Angels, their sorrow held in check by cold fury. The Salamanders, their vessels like embers in the dark. Between them hung the silent, monolithic shapes of Imperial Navy battle groups, their kilometers-long hulls bristling with macro-cannons. Regiments of the Astra Militarum beyond counting waited on fortified asteroids, their lives a currency to be spent buying seconds. Even the god machines of the Titan legions stood vigil, their silhouetted forms like patient, vengeful deities, and among them, a sight that would have been heresy a year prior. The sleek, bone-white ships of their cautious Eldari allies, who understood that this tide of nothingness would not distinguish between human and Xenos. At the heart of this impossible armada floated the Aegis Terminus, a space station built around the recovered framework of the Emperor's ancient device. It was less a machine and more a cathedral of arcane science, its superstructure a lattice of psychoconductive conduits and reality anchors that hummed with contained potential. Tigurius stood within its central chamber, his transformed body the final, living component. He reached out with his mind, touching the core of the device. For a moment, a wave of pure, ordered reality pulsed outward, a silent chime that resonated in the soul of every Psyker for 100 light years. The station functioned, but its power was inert, without a will to focus it, a lens to concentrate its light. He was that lens. In the primary command center, Guilliman watched a star chart that was actively being unwritten. Entire sectors were turning from maps of light into patches of absolute black. "The timing must be perfect, Varro," the Primarch stated, his voice a low rumble of contained tension. Tigurius's awareness was in two places at once, beside the Primarch, and within the Aegis. "I see their path." His voice resonated, a chorus of real and unreal. "They are not attacking a front. They are collapsing a volume of space. If we activate the barrier too soon, they will recede and simply begin the collapse elsewhere. We must let them commit, let them advance so far that their own momentum carries them into the Aegis's field. Too late, and there will be nothing left of our fleet to protect." Later, in a moment of quiet before the final deployment, Guilliman stood with his chief librarian. The Primarch, a demigod of war and reason, looked upon the being Tigurius had become, a creature of light and paradox, his humanity a flickering candle within a psychic star. "The Imperium owes you a debt it can never repay," Guilliman said, the words stripped of all artifice. "Whatever happens, they will remember you." Tigurius gave a slow nod, the light in his empty socket pulsing gently. "It is enough that they survive to remember anything at all." His final goodbyes were brief. He found his old rival, Severus, now a gnarled and ancient epistolary, his face a roadmap of centuries Tigurius had outpaced. The old marine's resentment had long since burned away, replaced by a profound, humbling awe. "I was wrong," Severus croaked, his voice thick with emotion. "I saw only power. I did not see the burden. May the Emperor forgive my blindness." Tigurius simply placed a translucent hand on the old warrior's shoulder, a gesture of absolution that needed no words. He met with the young librarians, his designated successors, and imparted a final lesson not on power, but on cost. Then the moment came. On the star chart, the advance of the nothingness accelerated. It was no longer a creeping tide, but a rushing tsunami. A wave of ontological oblivion, 1 billion kilometers wide, was bearing down on the assembled forces of humanity. The stars at the galaxy's edge were not just winking out, they were being devoured. The great, silent ocean of erasure had begun its final surge. The vigil was over. The war for existence had begun. The battle began not with the roar of cannons, but with a profound and spreading silence. Across a front wider than a solar system, the stars went out. There was no explosion, no fading light, just a clean, surgical removal from the fabric of existence. Imperial vessels, kilometers of consecrated steel and fury, met the advancing tide. They did not detonate. Their reactors did not breach. One moment, the battle barge Vengeful Spirit was firing its main batteries. The next, the space it occupied was simply empty. The light from its last salvo continuing on its journey from a point that no longer was. The armada was dying not in fire, but in erasure. From the bridge of the Macraga's Honor, Robut Gilliman watched a pic screen displaying a squadron of Blood Angels strike cruisers. They vanished in sequence, one by one, like candles being snuffed in a line. No distress calls, no wreckage, just gone. The men and women on his bridge worked with a cold, terrifying professionalism, their minds refusing to process the sheer wrongness of what they were witnessing. Even the warp recoiled. The Imperium, the realm of infinite possibility and endless emotion, screamed as it faced the terror of absolute zero. For the first time in 10,000 years of hatred, the ruinous powers found common cause with the Corpse Emperor's slaves. From the Eye of Terror, demonic legions poured forth, not to attack the Imperium, but to throw themselves at the advancing nothingness. Hordes of bloodletters, their rage a cosmic force, charged into the void and were unmade, their very concept dissolving. Great unclean ones, avatars of decay and entropy, found themselves facing an entropy so pure it had no opposite, and they dissolved into forgotten dreams. The Chaos Gods were fighting alongside their mortal enemies, not from alliance, but from a shared primal desperation. Even they could not exist in a reality that was no more. At the heart of the defense, Tigurius was a storm of paradox. He hovered in the void, his transformed body a beacon of defiant reality. The enemy came for him, shimmering absences, holes in space given predatory form. He met them not with fire or force, but with will. He looked at a being of non-existence and imposed upon it the memory of matter, forcing it into a state of being just long enough for it to die a conventional death. But each victory was a transaction. He could feel his own existence becoming less certain, his memories fraying at the edges like old parchment. He was a bastion, but the tide was eroding the very ground on which he stood. He held, waiting, his mind stretched across the battlefield, sensing the flow of the enemy's advance, waiting for the precise moment of commitment. Then he felt a tremor in causality itself. On the command deck of the Macraga's Honor, a tendril of nothingness, no thicker than a man's arm, had phased through the ship's Gellerfield and multiple layers of adamantium. It lashed out, striking Guilliman's arm. It left no mark, drew no blood. The Primarch barely flinched, but Tigurius felt it. He felt the ontological damage. Guilliman looked down at his gauntlet. The gilded scrollwork signifying his victory at Calth flickered, then vanished. A nearby ultramarine captain blinked, his brow furrowing. For a moment, he couldn't remember why the Primarch was a figure of such renown. On Guilliman's armor, the Aquila, the symbol of his authority from the Emperor himself, began to thin, its gold becoming translucent. His own history was unraveling. The wound was not to his body, but to his story. In minutes, he would be just a man in ornate armor. In an hour, he would never have been born at all. Tigurius saw it all in an instant. The perfect, calculated plan. To wait until the enemy was fully committed, to spring the trap for maximum effect, was now a death sentence for the Imperium's lord. Waiting longer meant losing the one man holding the entire defense together. The cold mathematics of strategy warred with the desperate, screaming need for action. He had to act now. The choice was not a choice at all. His mind, a nexus of impossible power, reached out to the Aegis Terminus. He abandoned the optimal strategy. He abandoned the perfect moment. He chose to save the Primarch. Across the Vox and through the minds of every Psyker in the fleet, a single, resonant command went out. A voice of pure will that was both a whisper and a thunderclap. Now! The command was given. The device known as the Aegis Terminus answered. A psychic circuit, dormant for 10 millennia, flared into life, and from across the beleaguered Imperial fleet, 1,000 lines of light converged on Tigurius. It was not mere energy. It was consciousness. The minds of every librarian, astropath, and sanctioned psyker in the battle, their power raw and untamed, poured into him. He became a dam holding back an ocean of souls. He felt their terror, their grim resolve, their last prayers to a silent emperor. He felt the burning agony of Akkadian astropath whose family had been erased from time, the cold fury of a space wolf rune priest, the desperate hope of a young Primaris librarian who had only ever known war. It was a torrent of humanity, a psychic chorus of 1,000,000 years of suffering and defiance, and it threatened to annihilate him in its first second. But Tigurius was no longer just a man. His transformed nature, a fusion of matter and the warp, of being and non-being, made him the perfect conduit. He did not buckle. He focused. He took the screaming, chaotic storm of psychic energy and gave it a single coherent thought: exist. Through his will, the raw power of 1,000 psychers was refined, amplified, and given a purpose it could never have achieved alone. It became something new, not a fire that burns, but a light that defines. A law of physics spoken into being. A flame that burned not with heat, but with the absolute, undeniable truth of reality itself. From his position in the void, a wave of golden luminescence erupted. It was not a blast, but an expansion, a new dawn spreading at the speed of thought. It was the color of certainty. Where this light touched the advancing tide of nothingness, a miracle occurred. The enemy did not shatter or burn. It was undone. The holes in reality were filled. The absolute zero of non-existence was warmed by the sudden, shocking imposition of possibility. The entities of erasure, beings defined only by what they destroyed, found themselves subject to the rules of causality and existence. And under that weight, they simply dissolved into the potential from which they had been denied. But the cost was absolute. To be the lens for such a light was to be consumed by it. Tigurius's physical form, the body that had endured 4 centuries of war and transformation, began to unravel. His flesh sublimated into motes of golden light. His armor, the blessed ceramite of the ultramarines, turned to dust. His consciousness, once a singular point of brilliant will, was stretched thin, pulled apart, and woven into the very fabric of the expanding barrier. He was no longer wielding the shield. He was becoming it. His perception fractured into 1,000,000,000 points of light. He felt the cold vacuum of space where a Death Guard cruiser had ceased to be. He felt the relief of a guardsman on a distant world as the psychic shadow over his planet lifted. He felt every life, every death, every hope and fear of every living thing now held safe behind his sacrifice. And in that infinite awareness, he saw one thing with perfect clarity. Aboard the Macraga's Honor, he watched as the scrollwork of Kalth reappeared on Guilliman's gauntlet. The aquila on the Primarch's chest blazed with renewed gold. The ontological wound closed, and history snapped back into place. Robut Guilliman was whole. The Imperium's lord was saved. He felt the enemy recoil, not in pain, but in confusion, driven back by a force it could not unmake. It retreated to the dark between realities, repelled but not destroyed. The barrier would hold. It would hold as long as he did. His last coherent thought was not one of sadness or loss, but of profound, final understanding. He was not a weapon to be fired and forgotten. He was a shield meant to be raised. Not a librarian, but a guardian. His name, his memories, his self, they all dissolved into the golden light, a single consciousness spread across the edge of a galaxy, gaining in its loss an eternal, silent vigilance. The universe held its breath. Where the tide of nothingness had been, there was now a wall of serene golden light. It stretched across the galactic rim, a new and impossible constellation that burned with the quiet intensity of a billion suns. The Aegis Terminus. Behind it, reality was safe. The war was over, but victory felt like a hollow word. Countless worlds, fleets, and armies had not been destroyed, but erased. They left no ruins, no corpses, no memories. They were simply gone, their absence a silent, maddening testament to the scale of the threat that had been repelled. The Imperium had survived, but it was smaller now, scarred by wounds no one could remember receiving. On the bridge of the Macraga's Honor, Robuta Guilliman stared at a star chart that was no longer accurate. He gave orders for recovery, for consolidation, for the monumental task of rebuilding a civilization that did not even know how much of itself it had lost. But later, in a decree sent across the scarred channels of the astropathic network, he made one thing clear. The annals of the Imperium would record the name of its savior. Not a Primarch, not the Emperor, but a mortal who had chosen to become more. Librarian Tigurius, chief librarian of the Ultramarines, was declared the greatest hero of the age, his sacrifice a new founding myth for an Imperium that desperately needed one. But Tigurius was not gone. Not truly. He was no longer a man, but a presence, a law. Psykers across the galaxy felt it first. The endless, screaming background noise of the warp now had a quiet spot, a zone of calm vigilance at the edge of all things. Sometimes, in moments of extreme crisis, a librarian would feel a sudden, inexplicable moment of clarity, a warning of a hidden threat, a whisper of guidance that was not a voice, but pure, unvarnished understanding. They were moments of contact with the Eternal Watch. On Macrag, in the rebuilt Librarium, a young lexicanum named Kylan struggled. He was attempting to weave a psychic shield, but his will was fractured, his concentration broken by the lingering psychic echoes of the great battle. The energy dissipated again and again. Frustrated and exhausted, he slumped against a pillar, ready to admit defeat. Then he felt it. A vast, patient awareness touched his own. It did not speak. It did not show him images. It simply rearranged his understanding. He suddenly saw the geometry of the power, the precise angle of will required to bind the energies of the warp into a stable form. He saw his own fear not as a weakness, but as a misplaced variable in the equation. He stood, raised his hand, and a shield of perfect, shimmering blue light sprang into existence, humming with stability. Kalen stared at his hand, then looked up, past the vaulted ceiling of the librarium, toward the distant stars. He whispered a name he had only ever read in data slates. Tigurius. Years bled into decades. A great bastion, Vigil Primus, was constructed at the edge of the Aegis Terminus, a fortress monastery to stand guard at the border of reality. Gilliman often stood there, alone in a vast obsidian observation chamber, gazing into the soft, endless glow of the barrier. He could feel the awareness within it, a consciousness spread thin across 1,000 light years, yet still coherent, still present. He stood before the legacy of his greatest librarian, a son of Ultramar who had surpassed all expectations, even his own. "They'll try again," Gilliman said, his voice quiet in the immense silence of the chamber, speaking to the light itself. A reply came. It was not a sound in his ears, nor a thought in his mind. It was a feeling, a certainty that resonated from everywhere and nowhere at once, a wave of pure, unwavering resolve that washed over him from the golden barrier. "And I'll be here." From the lone, somber figure of the Primarch, the view widened, pulling back from the obsidian tower to encompass the immense, curving wall of the Aegis, a scar of defiance drawn across the void, a shield of impossible light holding back an eternal night. Humanity's guardian, forged in sacrifice, maintained by a single will that had given everything to become forever. The vigil continued.